Alrighty, sorry for the delay here, but we're ready to get started according to the thumbs up of the city clerk. So it is our regular council meeting of Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022, calling to order. And notice to the public that city council may vote to go into executive session for legal advice on any of the agendized items. Ms. Salzberg, roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Present.
Thank you. And Councilmember Salas, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I'm honored to do so, Mr. Mayor. Please stand if you can.
Thank you. And Councilmember House, our mission statement, please.
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember Shimoni, our land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It'd be my honor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. And before we get to agenda item 4 of our general public participation, I just want to make everyone aware that there is just a mild change in the order of the agenda this evening regarding the marijuana retail stores. Originally, it was starting with the hours of operation discussion. Instead, we will take a 15-minute break before we get into that discussion and then begin with the discussion about the facilities themselves. That way, individuals won't be speaking on the potential more dispensaries during the time where it's specifically of hours of operation. So we will take a break before then, allow people to know that this is coming about, and that's just that one change in one agenda item. General public participation, agenda item number 4. We have Reverend Penny Honey.
Hello. Thank you to the Honorable Mayor Deasy and City Council members. As you know, my name is Reverend Penny Honey. I appreciate your time today. I'm honored to serve as the coordinator of Flagstaff International Day of Peace. This will be my 4th year having that honor, and it's a cool thing to do on a Saturday. This group is comprised of citizens, local business owners, and a variety of spiritual communities. The volunteer grassroots group is committed to promoting, supporting, and creating peace as a foundation here in our beautiful city of Flagstaff, and of course in Coconino County. We bring to this leadership body today the opportunity to participate in the process of Flagstaff becoming a part of International Cities of Peace. International Cities of Peace is an esteemed group, and it is made up of over 300 cities in 67 countries in all 6 continents. Your local International Peace Day group believes that working with civic authorities such as yourselves is a great way to stand together in unity in our community. It is our hope that by becoming recognized as an International City of Peace, that all that come to our fair city will know that we are, as a city, people who promote safety, prosperity, equality, inclusivity, diversity, and quality of life for all, as our mission statement says. It is the honor and commitment of the International Peace Day Group to bring the status of International City of Peace to the City of Flagstaff. We are certain that the City of Flagstaff leadership stands with us in this consciousness of peace as we move forward in this endeavor. We just want your blessing. That's what we're looking for today. I thank you for your time and consideration in granting a collective yes to this pursuit. We have sent information forward about the group, International Cities of Peace, to this body. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend to the members of the City Council an invitation to join us on September 17th, Saturday, in Heritage Square, where the Honorable Mayor will, of course, be doing the rededication of the peace pole that this group brought to the city of Flagstaff. There will be nonprofits, businesses, spiritual groups, community members, and leaders celebrating the rededication of the peace pole. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you, Reverend Honey. We have Justin Stasky.
Hello, everybody. My name is Justin Stasky. I'm an engineer paramedic with the Flagstaff Fire Department, and I also serve as our commander for the Honor Guard. My reason here today is just to kind of explain to you guys a little bit about what the Honor Guard is. So the Honor Guard is a special group of individuals within a fire service, a police service, the military, that our number one job and priority is to honor the flag and honor the fallen. What that looks like, to put it in perspective, is I'm sure you guys have seen movies or news clippings of funerals or processions, but we are the folks that are wearing the shiny hats, shiny shoes, white gloves, typically carrying, a casket or leading a procession in for a funeral. But we also do, on the brighter side of things, we don't just do funerals. We also do locally here flag ceremonies for our retirees, as well as a color guard, where we present the colors for graduations when we have our recruit graduation. So what I'm here to do today is just to kind of explain to you guys a little bit what we do here locally. So as I mentioned, one of the things that we do, I'm sure maybe you guys have been a part of it, is when our academy graduates after a 10-week academy, and when they get pinned here in front of their family at City Hall, we as the Honor Guard will bring the flag in, and the telltale sign of the Honor Guard is usually the bagpipes. That's what gets people. But we come in, we present the flag, and that's just something that we can do to kind of honor our newest members and kind of show that we're here for you guys, and we honor our fellow firemen. Some of the other things that we do annually, coming up pretty soon, is our 9/11 ceremony that we do here at City Hall, which I encourage all you guys to attend, and I invite you guys to attend. Step off will be at 6:55 out in the front apron. That's basically where we come out. It's us, PD, the ROTC, as well as other regional fire departments come, and we walk out in formation, and we salute the flag as we lower it to half staff. And again, that's just part of our mission of always honoring our fallen and never forgetting, even though we've never met any of those individuals that passed away that day. That's just something that we do and we take pride in. Some of the other things that we do annually is we go down to Phoenix for the PFFA Memorial, the Professional Firefighters Association of Arizona. Every year they do, in February, they do a big memorial service down at the Capitol building, where they have a big stone wall and they add all the names of the fallen firefighters that died in line of duty every year in Arizona. So there's honor guards from all over the state of Arizona that come and, again, pay tribute to the fallen, to the family. And the last thing we do is, all you guys are aware of the Granite Mountain Hot Shot Memorial. We go down every year and attend that in Prescott as well. It's a giant honor guard event that all honor guards from all over the state come. And again, even though it's happened, years ago, we still today come and honor them. So that's all I wanted to do. Thank you guys for your time, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Justin. All right, with that, we are down to agenda item number 5 of proclamations and recognitions. This is the August work anniversaries.
Thank you, Mayor Deasy. I'm going to pull up the presentation. All right. Good afternoon, Shannon Anderson, your Senior Deputy City Manager. We've got the August work anniversaries for you today, so very excited to talk about these city employees with you. So our 5-year anniversaries We do have two of our temporary employees, Barbara from the library, as well as Steve. He's actually working in IT, human resources, and payroll on new software. For 5 years, we also have Juan Rubicalva. He works in water services as one of our plant operators, and also Officer Chalkin with the police department. Last for the 5 years, we've got Lauren, who is one of our library supervisors. Moving on to our 10-year anniversaries, we have Tanner Collin. He's one of our fire engineer paramedics, as well as Carol Harvey. She works over in our prosecutor's office. And then again, for 10 years, we have Paul Sanders. He's one of our fire captains. Moving on to 15 years, we have Jeff Castro. He works over in Public Works as part of our streets team, as well as our very own city clerk, Stacy Salzberg. For our 20-year anniversaries, we have Bobby Romero, one of our fire captains, and Jess Mayer, one of our firefighters. Getting into our 25 years plus, Sergeant Todd Bishop, he couldn't be with us today. He's actually traveling, but he began his career in August of 1997 as an officer and then was later promoted to the rank of corporal. He was transferred to the detectives division, where he spent several years serving as one of our top investigators. He investigated numerous high-profile cases, including several homicides. He served as a SWAT team member for several years and responded to several critical incidents. In 2013, he was promoted to his current rank of sergeant. He's served as a patrol supervisor and is currently assigned to criminal investigations. During his career, he's been awarded the VFW Officer of the Year, Meritorious Service Award, the Purple Heart, and the highest award for the police department, the Medal of Valor. So congratulations to Mr. Bishop on his 25-year anniversary. Another one of our sergeants, Sergeant Otis Brockman, he's also celebrating 25 years, started with the department as well in August of '97. He began his career as a patrol officer and was selected as a DARE officer in the year 2000. After serving as the DARE officer, he was promoted to patrol corporal. He was transferred also to criminal investigation division and served as a detective for 2 years. He investigated several felony cases. He was promoted to the rank of sergeant, where he has served as a patrol supervisor, and his current position is the public information officer. He's been a member of the department's bomb team for 20 years, and currently the bomb squad commander. He has served 28 years in our National Guard and was deployed multiple times over his career here in our Flagstaff Police Department, overseas to Afghanistan, as well as Iraq. So congratulations to Sergeant Brockman. So our next employee that we wanted to recognize today is Debbie Valencia. You might recognize her as one of our water services employees. She works with Brad Hill and Marion over there in the water services building. But she joined us in August of '97 as a customer service representative. 3 years later, she became the administrative specialist person in water services. She remained here because she said, "I love the people I've worked for and with." She enjoys the level of commitment and dedication our water services staff give to our community here in Flagstaff each and every day. She feels fortunate to be a member of our community for the past 38 years, and this again is her 25th year anniversary with our city of Flagstaff. She's established work relationships and made many amazing friendships. In her time off, she loves to spend time with her family as much as possible, hiking and exploring the woods with her husband and her 2 dogs. This is actually her dog, Maddie. So you get to meet one of them. Congratulations to Debbie on her work anniversary. Next, I'd like to talk a little bit about Diana Wood. She is one of our Flagstaff Municipal Court employees. Also joined in August of 1997, was a popular month, I guess. Through these years, she promoted to her current position of finance specialist. She does an outstanding job to ensure the court's in compliance with all of their financial regulations. She's highly valued and a respected member of that court services team. They're appreciative of her hard work and thank her for her dedication. When Diana's not at work, she enjoys traveling, spending time with her family, including grandchildren. Congratulations, Diana, on your 25 years with the city. So this next gentleman, Paul McGuire, you may have seen out and about. He works with our parks team as part of our pros division. So again, local folklore indicates that it was the summer of '85 that roped Paul McGuire into the Flagstaff community. After a few seasonal gigs, speaking just a quickie dialect that those of us in parks have learned over the years with decoding Paul. So we're celebrating his start with the city in August of 1991 as part of the Parks Department. He's been present for many of the changes in the community and the city holistically over his 31 years that he served. He brings his amazing attitude, knowledge, and desire to help anyone. Paul consistently helps to keep parks not only feeling like a work family, but also ensuring that they remain passionate on their own delights. One of Paul's most admirable passions is his family with adventures of his children, Talitha and Flint, who both share an exploratory spirit of the outdoors with Paul and his spouse, Florence. Another passion that many in the community may recognize are the two wheels that keep Paul pedaling around town, as well as the Panda Life, indicating appreciation, playfulness, abundance, gentle strength, nurture, and lastly, enjoying life. We're lucky to have Paul as part of our team, and congratulations, Paul, on your 31-year work anniversary.
There he is.
Yeah, I came in here in 1985, and nobody really wanted to plant any flowers or trees, so I was fortunate to be able to, when the city was building, City Hall had just been finished. And we as a group, we just have an awesome group of guys. I know there's been talk about, contracting our services out over the years and everything, but as a group, we can build anything and do anything in this, in our park system, our trail system. And the other thing is, we're a four-seasonal section, so I just want to invite you guys all to come out and ride along sometime, or just coming into our parks with our staff and see what's really been happening. And we didn't miss a beat at all during the COVID. We were open, and as things progress into these upcoming seasons, it's going to be our park system will be a refuge for people, because as things start getting a little bit funky here and there, our park systems are always there. We always provide a clean and healthy environment for the community, and even on the rec side now too. I mean, they hold a lot of different events, up to 700 events a year. So, and we're dovetailing with them. So, once again, thank you for your service up there, and we'll just continue to do what we need to do here. But we do need some folks, so hopefully you can bring us some more bodies. We're down to about 12 people, so thanks again.
Thank you, Paul. We're lucky to have you.
All right. So I know Judge Shotina is with us today as well in the audience. We'll be recognizing him for his 32 years with the City of Flagstaff as our presiding magistrate. Again, began in the month of August, continual theme, but after beginning his legal career as a lawyer in Phoenix, including serving as a law clerk for 2 Superior Court trial judges and the Vice Chief Justice of the Arizona Supreme Court, Tom started working as an assistant city attorney for the city of Flagstaff in August of 1990. He began as a prosecutor, also working on various civil law matters. He advanced. He advanced to the position of chief prosecutor over a 6-year period before being appointed to city council as magistrate in March of '96. Judge Sotina has been at the Flagstaff Municipal Court as a magistrate for 26 years, during which he became the presiding magistrate in August of 2002. Tom's grateful for the trust provided to him to serve as judge by the city council, the legal community, and the citizens of Flagstaff. He greatly appreciates the facility from which the new court now operates. It's a beautiful building if you haven't been there, and has been provided by accomplishment and foresight of the city and the community, as well as the dedicated public servants he's been fortunate to serve alongside. So I'm going to turn it over to Judge Sotina, and again, congratulations on your 32 years.
Thank you, Shannon, Greg, Mayor, Council, and all present. It's, of course, an honor and a privilege to serve as a judge, especially in our community here. So I greatly appreciate your appointment, your trust in the position, and your recognition today. The court continues to receive great support from both the council, city administration, our other city departments, and our partners in the county. So it makes for a great working relationship and also for a better court. So once again, thank you for letting me be in this position over this extended time.
Thank you, Tom.
So that's our presentation that we have for you today. We'll be back in September to share some more great things about the wonderful staff that we have here as part of Team Flagstaff.
Thank you, Shannon. That does bring us down to agenda item number 6, which is our council liaison reports. And yeah, maybe we'll start at this side with Councilmember Salas, if you're prepared.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today, we had the Tourism Commission meeting. We heard a presentation from the Flagstaff Trails Initiative, which is a great collaboration between Discover Flagstaff, our Convention and Visitor Bureau and our tourism department, in partnership also with our PROS, our Parks, Recreation and Open Space and Events Department. So great collaboration between the City of Flagstaff and Flagstaff Trails Initiative. There were also brief reports on Discover's Flagstaff effort to promote Flagstaff as a destination for film production, the film industry, and of course the amazing work they do in terms of earned media, social media, promoting destinations in Flagstaff, as well as events, lodging, and restaurants. Also, I want to send a big grateful heart to our Tourism Commission and our Discover Flagstaff. I had the honor of joining our Discover Flagstaff team and our Tourism Commission in attending the Governor's Conference on Tourism in July. And our Discover Flagstaff, Team Flagstaff, earned an award for the Fire Aware campaign as the best campaign in terms of historic and cultural preservation in the rural category. So big shout out to our Discover Flagstaff team and the Fire Aware campaign. As we all know, our Discover Flagstaff team has been in the forefront of messaging, be fire aware, and stay, play, distance responsibly. Also, at the Tourism Commission meeting this afternoon, our Discover Flagstaff team announced that the ARPA fund grant, which is administered by the Discover Flagstaff. So this is our American Rescue Plan Act funding specific to the tourism, lodging, restaurant, and events industry. So we have, as approved by the council, we have $150,000 in grant money that is intended to be distributed to the industry. So it's on the Discover Flagstaff website, flagstaffarizona.org/stakeholders ARPA. The application is due on September 30th, and the award will be sent. So the award will be sent by email October 15th. So the funds need to be spent during the period of November 1st through May 31st. So shout out or announcement to our businesses in the restaurant, tourism, events, attraction, that grant funding opportunity is available. So please take a look at the application and apply for the grant award. Lastly, wearing my other hat, though Metro Plan Greater Flagstaff had also summer break, but I represent Metro Plan Greater Flagstaff in the statewide RTAC, Rural Transportation Advocacy Council, and we're meeting every month, and I'm the vice chair of that council. And we're getting ready for the Rural Transportation Summit, which will happen in 3 weeks. It's a 2-day summit inviting state and federal legislators to lend their ears to rural transportation programs and projects in Arizona. So the first day we will have updates from the Federal Highway Authority and updates, and also implementation of the infrastructure, bipartisan infrastructure law, the Smart Fund overview, and the presentation with the Assistant Deputy Secretary of Transportation for Tribal Affairs. The second day will focus on the ADOT 5-year plan and revenue, regional measures panel, and a panel with our legislative leaders, and programming 101 that is led by our multiple metropolitan planning and organization and councils of government. And of course, we will form the legislative agenda for rural transportation advocacy and transportation advocacy in general for the state of Arizona. So I'm excited to sit on that board. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Aslan?
Here we go. Thank you. Hi, everybody. First, I want to apologize for not being there in person on our way back from. I see the mayor smiling. Am I super loud or?
Yeah, it was blasting to begin with. You're good now.
COVID in the home, so have exposure negative myself, but just out of an abundance of caution, I'm remaining virtual since we have that capacity to do so. Only one real big update for everybody here today. The Sustainability Commission did not meet in July, but they did meet in June before I had a chance to do a liaison report. And they received an update on the Water Conservation Plan and the Bond Committee, gave comments on the Greater Observatory Mesa Trail Plan draft, and there was a discussion on the recent wildfires and actions they would like to take in support of the carbon neutrality plan. They also voted to form a working group around neighborhood resilience. More on that soon. And then there was also a quarterly APS meeting in conjunction with Flagstaff Sustainability. I was on that call, and I just want to give you a quick update. A lot of good discussions around federal funding opportunities and the need for collaboration and testing on some new innovative technologies to assist APS and Flagstaff move that carbon neutrality needle. Really interesting opportunities coming up with the passage of the IRA. Can't wait to hear more about some of those conversations and keeping a mind towards staying in the driver's seat on a lot of these funding opportunities. Reaching out to regional partners is great. And then if we can sort of, leverage our own leadership and being out in front and trailblazing on these issues, hopefully a lot of those monies can come our way and we can be in charge of a lot of great things that are on the horizon for us all. There have also been a couple Coconino Plateau Water Advisory Council meetings. Those agendas are available on the CPWAC website. I won't bore you all with the details of those, but the September 30th field trip is coming up. If anybody in the city has any interest in participating in that field trip this year, it's usually very popular annually. Contact me or Ron Doba or Aaron Young for more details, and we would love to have you with us on September 30th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember McCarthy?
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick update on my front with the Commission of Inclusive and Adaptive Living. We, in July, had a meeting and received an update regarding the library accessibility ramp, which I'm excited is coming here to fruition, as well as with our city website accessibility to allow for those who may be deaf, hard of hearing, have issues, visually or anything else, to have more accessible website, more information from the city that they can better access. So I'm excited that we are continuing to make progress on both of those fronts. With that, turn it over to Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Sure feels good to be back. Welcome, everyone. I did attend a lot of meetings over break. Something that stuck out to me, though, I am on the BPAC Commission, and we talked a lot about the art festival that is coming our way in conjunction with Creative Flagstaff. A lot of great opportunity. I'm pretty excited about that. And this Thursday, I have a NACOG regional board meeting, 10 a.m. at the High Country Conference Center. I'm excited to hear what's going on in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and I too am excited to be back. It's great to be back in the chambers with all of you, and thank you all for tuning in and being here in person. Recently Mountain Line had a meeting and we discussed the Downtown Connection Center and the way that's progressing, which is nicely, especially after receiving $6 million in addition from the state. So that's a really big deal for Mountain Line and the DCC and the community. So thank you to the state of Arizona for that support, and the DCC is moving forward nicely. We will be having a joint meeting with our TAC committee, I believe next month, and that will be our first in-person meeting since the pandemic. So both Vice Mayor and I are on that Mountain Line board. And lastly, I'll just mention that there are a lot of conversations happening today with Mountain Line and the NAH hospital team, and to ensure that there is public transportation made available to that new hospital location as they progress with their project. The Indigenous Commission met and discussed the DCC sculpture, some of the art that's going to be at the Downtown Connection Center. They also discussed National Navajo Code Talkers Day that occurred recently, and the Indigenous Peoples Day, along with Native American Heritage Month. They will also be discussing the Thorpe parcel as that continues, and more. So stay posted on that, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember House.
Thank you, and welcome back, everyone. So the July and August Housing Commission meetings were unfortunately canceled, but it's fortunate that today we'll be making some appointments to that commission to help them move forward, so very excited for that. I can also share that the housing team is also working on developing the first-year implementation for the 10-year housing plan, which is very exciting, and so we can look forward to that rolling out for our community here soon. The Open Space Commission met in person and in transit yesterday, which was very fun. We got to go out onto the trails adjacent to McAllister Ranch, BNSF, and Observatory Mesa. So there's a lot of great things happening with current and future education on foots usage, enjoying our open spaces responsibly, and so forth, and more opportunities to engage in the months to come. So looking forward to that as well. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, we're down to agenda item 7A. This is the consideration of appointments for the Housing Commission. Thank you, Councilmember House. And first up is Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and it is honored to be appointing Jackie Kellogg as to the seat of the Building and Real Estate Professional Residential Multifamily Property Management Representative, seat expiring in September 2025.
I second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. All right, I am up next. With that, I would like to appoint Sean Slauson to the Building and Real Estate Professional Builder application, which expires in September 2024.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Next on the list is Councilmember House.
Thank you, and it's my honor to nominate Ross Schaefer for the low-income housing expert seat expiring September 2025.
I will second that. I jumped the gun on you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Next is Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I nominate Rebecca Pierce, Building and Real Estate Professional, for a term expiring
2025.
September 2025. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I will second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. All right, next, Councilmember Aslan.
Yes, thank you. I would like to nominate Sheila Harris to the other low-income housing expert slot to a term expiring in September 2025.
I second that. Any further? Oh, Councilmember House.
I may need to be corrected, but I believe she was the one that may have been disqualified because she was a part-time resident.
Can we get clarification? I do see one person that was crossed off, but that was another individual from the list.
Mayor, just a moment, I'm checking.
I apologize. I saw Sydney was crossed out, and
Yes,
I
Mayor. Sorry, Councilmember Haslund. Yes, Sheila Harris is a part-time resident of Flagstaff, so she is not qualified. I'm sorry, I forgot to cross that out.
Okay, well, then I will go ahead and recommend Glenn Silvers to that second slot. Thank you, Councilmember House, for clearing up that discrepancy.
Yeah, thank you for catching that. I will second that for Glenn Silvers. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And last but not least, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we appoint Haley Zoria to the Building and Real Estate Professional Developer seat expiring September 2023.
I second that. Any further discussion?
Real quickly, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Aslan.
Haley was on my list as well, and one of the reasons, I'll be totally honest with you, is I really appreciated her application. It was very thorough. She answered the questions with a lot of detail and a lot of thoughtfulness, and I like to see that from the applications. In my opinion, too many of these applications are filled out in a very automatic and routine way, and it's nice to see when applicants are putting their personal heart into this and really thoughtfully expressing to us why they feel that they're good for these roles. So thank you, Haley, for doing that.
Well stated, Councilmember Aslan. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. All right, we are down to agenda item 7B, which is a consideration of appointments for the Personnel Board. And let me pull up the correct order here real quick of council members, starting with Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, so I will start with nominating Allison Eckert. She's a new applicant. I'd like to see her take one of the slots expiring in October of 2024.
I second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Next is Vice Mayor Sweet.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to talk to a few of the applicants, and tonight I am honored to recommend Corey Ringenberg to the Personnel Board with a term expiring of October 2024.
I will second that.
Oh, you beat me to it.
Sorry, October 2025.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Next is Councilmember House.
Thank you. I'm going to nominate Will Hernandez to a seat expiring October 2023.
I second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Next is Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move to appoint Kathy Spiris, if that's how you pronounce her name, to a term expiring October 2025.
I second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Next is Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to nominate Cynthia Chilcote to a term expiring 2023.
I second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Next is Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to reappoint Anita Burns for a term expiring in October 2022.
I second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And last is myself, and just to clarify, we're down to only the October 2022s. Okay. One left for the 2022 expiration. Okay, just want to clarify. With that, I would like to appoint Mark Culbertson to a appointment expiring October 2022.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you all for that. We are down to our liquor license public hearings. And I would like to open the public hearing as of now, and just pulling up my notes here real quick. And I would like to take all 4 of these liquor license applications all together, unless there is a particular applicant that was wanting to speak aside from just a response if there was a question. I'm saying there's applicant. With that, who do we have online? If just to clarify, has there been any, infractions from the investigation? Yes.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm just here to answer any questions you might have on those in front of you. I didn't find any derogatory remarks towards them.
All right. And I'll just list this so everyone knows who we're together here. This is for Kyle Wayne Palmer, Mill Golf at 1790 East Route 66, Series 7, which is beer and wine bar, new application. Saswaman Chantakwork Tirikol of Big Bowl Noodles, 7 North San Francisco Street, Series 12, new application. The Cecily Maniaci of Plantasia Eatery, 126 West Cottage Avenue, Series 12, new application, as well as Chad Earl Doyle of Swift Travel Center, 3099 West Shamrell Boulevard, Series 10, beer and wine store, new license. All right, and
Mayor,
since,
sorry, Mayor, you would need to ask if there's any public comment.
yes, that's where I was going with it. Any public comment at this time? I'm not seeing or hearing anything from city clerk. So with that, I would like to close the hearing, and I move to for the all 4 applications to the state with a recommendation for approval.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Salas. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Moving right along here. We are down to our consent items. There are A, B, C, D, E, F, G on the agenda. And unless a council member would like to pull any specific one of these out, I would like to move to approve all the consent items as listed. Looking for a second on that if you don't want to pull something. Seconded by Councilmember House. Any further discussion? Councilmember Schmutt?
Yeah, I just want to, there's a lot on this agenda, but I'll just mention that I'm grateful to see the city once again purchasing another fully electric vehicle.
Yes.
Wonderful job, fleet team, and I just so appreciate that direction. And congratulations to Team Flag. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for pulling that out. I mean, this is really great as we continue to electrify our fleet and really see this taking off. So very excited that the technology is out there now for us to be able to move forward with it. So, all right. And I would also like to just mention that part of this is a letter of support for funding for additional rain gauges that would allow us to better detect water levels, rain levels on the mountain, particularly on the fire scars. So that way we are better prepared, have better emergency alerts that are particularly more accurate, given just it's a lot of acreage up there and not as many rain gauges as we need. So I'm excited for that moving forward, and thankful for our federal delegation and the Forest Service for helping us to get that done. Yes, and Vice Mayor.
Thank you. On that note, I would just like to thank Congressman Tom O'Halloran for making several visits up to our region and really paying attention to our needs and listening, and his support and ear to what's going on has been very helpful.
And we had quite a tour when he came here. We got out about 2 minutes before 89 was closed. That's how bad it was flooding when we were there. It was pretty wild, and a good tour for our congressman and our deputy chief to be able to see what was going on. All right, anything else on this? All right, Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. All right, let me, right here, we got a lot of these done here. We're now down to our routine items. Item 10A is the consideration and approval of ratifying the grant agreement. Ratifying the grant agreement between the City of Flagstaff and the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Service, Emergency Watershed Protection Program for the Schultz Creek Sediment and Flood Detention Basins Project. Stacy BK at the head of the table.
Hi, Mayor and Council, Stacy Breckenridge, Grants, Contracts, and Emergency Management Director, and I'm accompanied by Ed Shank in Stormwater and Adam Maley, our Construction Project Manager for this project. So with that, we'll talk a little bit about, and I'm going to do both these items together, the grant agreement and the construction contract, since they're ratifying the grant agreement. So a little bit about the grant award. We'll start off with that. Talking a little bit about the pipeline fire. A lot of you are more than well aware of this. 1,000 acres of the Schultz Creek watershed was burned, 26,532 acres total in area. The project will detain over 50 acre-feet of water and sediment, reducing life and safety threats as well as the risk of post-wildfire flooding. This project is located on a 20-acre parcel that is city-owned. It was open space property, the northwest east corner of Mount Eldon Lookout Road and Schultz Pass. Staff ended up presenting to Historic Preservation, Open Space, and Water Commission because of this being, had some historic property things on it. We had to do a Section 106 with Logan Simpson. We had a 404 permit, the Army Corps came, we had a various participation. I know there's a lot of staff that are here that did a lot of work on this to get it to these commissions. All the commissions supported it. They understood the life and safety and the risk of what was happening in our Pipeline West area. So we're very thankful to the commissions for supporting this project. Natural Resource Conservation Service, which is through the U.S. Department of Agriculture, responded quickly to our letter of interest that we submitted. They came out to the field with us, did a site visit on June 29th, and asked if we wanted an exigency grant, which is an emergency grant. Typically, they're to be performed in 10 days, but of course, they all knew in reality that 10 days was a pretty aggressive time frame. They right away asked if we proceed, would you be interested in an extension? And they worked with us at headquarters in DC to get that extension to get this project done. So then we went ahead, and the next step in this process with Emergency Watershed Protection is to do a damage survey report. And that was submitted on July 8th, and subsequently, like right days after that, they were saying, okay, we're interested. We want to work with you, City of Flagstaff, and go ahead and submit a grant application. So we did that. And then on July 27th, they notified us that we would receive an emergency watershed protection grant in the amount of 2.4, a little over 2.4. So that's very aggressive time frame. I can't even tell you how much the internal partners here with our city staff and with NRCS, they were very responsive. They were efficient. They were out in the field sending things to headquarters. The state conservationist was working with us. Also, like I said, mentioned on the 404 permit, the individual that's responsible for 404 permits came up. We did a site visit with her. Everything was moving super, super fast. And I really think that they saw the partnership and the need. And just I can't say enough to them as a partner with this project, and to the city staff that really pitched in from all divisions. Everybody just kind of jumped on board, helped us get this through the commission and all the way to this point to ratifying the grant agreement. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and let Adam Maley talk a little bit about the construction contract.
Thank you, Stacy. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, good afternoon. My name is Adam Maley, Senior Project Manager for Public Works, and I'm lucky enough to be part of this project as well. A small part, but very, very, very fortunate. Before I jump in real quick to the bullet points, just a little bit of background. Stacy did a great job of explaining 50 acre feet. As it's currently designed, it's actually 56 acre feet. So like I do with my sons, what does that mean? What is 56 acre feet? Well, an Olympic-sized pool, that's about almost 28 of them. So that's how much water it can retain. So the purpose of this particular project is to attenuate some of that initial flooding. So because of the size of the project, it is very, very large. And as Stacy mentioned, we originally thought we had 10 days to deliver this project. So we went out and approached 5 different companies that had very, very large size to bid on the project. We got 1 bid back. Then we found out we had an extension, approximately another 70 days to construct it. So we went back out and asked those 5 companies again, does this change your posture? Does it change the price? After we put back out again, we got 3 bids back. So what we did was we met as a team and we evaluated through qualifications and the cost, and we selected Fan Contracting, and they are going to be performing this work. They were given a notice to proceed on 8/19. They started work yesterday, and as it stands right now, we're scheduled to be complete by October 26th. Weather permitting, it'll be done even faster. So thank you all for letting me be a part of this particular project. Do I have any questions so far? No? Thank you all. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Yeah, Councilmember Shimoni.
Adam, I'm curious what your kids say when you tell them that's 28 Olympic-sized pools.
Now it makes more sense.
Thank
Acre
you.
feet does not make much sense to my boys. But a big pool, they can put that in perspective.
Thank you, and thank you to the team working on this. This is great.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure to introduce Ed. He will be following up after me. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. And it's also nice to see you without a reflector vest and covered in dirt and sand, because I think this is the first time I've seen you. Thank you for being out there so often.
I'm trying to figure out how you got away with just one slide. Someone's cheating here. So good afternoon, Ed Shank, Stormwater Manager. Just to go through a few more slides from this project. So where this project is located, it's that sort of magenta rectangle at the top of the picture there near the North Reservoirs off of Schultz Pass Road. We have a photo here. This is kind of a little hard to see. This is the current design. So the top is the design. It's 3 different basins. The upstream side would be on your right-hand side. That's to the north. And then you have basin 1, 2, and 3 that spills back into Schultz Creek itself. So as Adam said, we're shooting for about 56 acre feet, which is a fairly substantial size. If we want to put that in relation, he's using Olympics swimming pools. I'll use the Killet basins that Adam was also extremely successful at delivering. Those were what we've 10, yeah, roughly 10. So we're going from 10 over at Killip, if you've been by there, great project by the way, to 56. So this is a much larger project which will have really good benefit to the downstream communities. Some of the highlights, Shepherd Westminster, SWI, would provide our designs for this project and are also providing our engineering support ongoing through the process. At the moment, the Stormwater Fund will provide the 25% non-federal match. Stacy's working with DFFM, the Department of Forest and Fire Management. I hope I get that right. Maybe it's Fire and Forest Management. I always confuse it. We're working with them to see if we can get some of that reimbursed through the state. So we are actively working on that, and we'll have some more news to share with that, hopefully. Project management, Public Works, so Adam's providing great support on that. And then to technical construction support, there's quite a bit there as well. And obviously Stacy's group is providing the much needed grants and contract management. I cannot overemphasize how impressive it is moving this quickly with such a large grant. And with that, we'll take any questions for any 3 of us.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, I just have a comment. Stacy, you made a pretty good case that you got some amazing cooperation. I think some letters of thank you are in order from you and staff.
Yeah, and I would, and I want to thank council too for getting us to this point with this emergency procurement and ratifying it, ratifying the contracts, letting us keep moving forward with this. So, but yes, I think I owe some internal staff some cookies or something.
That was the next thing I was going to say. I want to thank the team Flagstaff for doing their part. I mean, the federal couldn't have responded so fast unless you provided what they needed to respond. So thank you to the staff on this.
Yes,
the city
thank
manager and
you.
everyone in your team.
And it was fun to work cross-departmental. We all just kind of jumped on board, and so it's fun to see that happen. All of us just kind of didn't matter what division you were at. We all just were in it. We knew what we needed to do for life and safety for our community.
Thank you, Stacey. City manager?
Thank you. I'd like to jump in and also express my gratitude to the team and really to the partnership that made this a reality. I can say that for sure now because shovels are in the ground, I think, as we speak. I find it absolutely remarkable that we have shovels in the ground on a project like this within 5 months of having the fire that created the problem. That's quick turnaround, and for government, local government, that's very quick turnaround. I think the city has been very responsive and quick on this. Some things came into alignment to enable this project. The city as a property owner, of course, was huge. Having our federal partners come to the table with good funding, having the match available, everything was right, and then the engineering proved out that this project will have positive impacts. So it's a win-win. I know for our many residents who have been negatively impacted by all the flood events this summer, it can't come fast enough. But the fact that we have shovels in the ground is great. I wanted to make note of that, and is a similar comment to that made earlier this year about the Killip School detention basins or the detention projects. It's really a playing field, right, that serves as a detention basin when needed. So it's a good multi-use facility. That project likewise came to fruition with a lot of things coming into alignment at the right time. And again, one premised upon strong partnerships with the school district, between the city, the school district, and many others. So there's just a lot of work behind the scenes on these, a lot of great partnerships, helping them to come together, and I think very positive results to show for it. We have a long ways to go in terms of flood mitigation on all fronts. It's a journey, but we're well on our way. So thanks for letting me share comments.
Thank you, City Manager. And Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and yeah, my comments are very much in the same line of thought of gratitude. I mean, being part of city government for almost coming on 4 years now, I've learned that government does not operate fast or move fast, and I have seen some things, streamlined and really prioritized, but the speed of which you all moved on this effort is tremendous, and it just shows that everyone is all in on addressing flood mitigation for our community. Obviously the neighbors who are impacted all across the city today are in the trenches and are struggling and are not maybe celebrating today, but this will help them moving forward. And I'm just very proud of Team Flagstaff and all the leadership and efforts. So I just wanted to add that in and express gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Vice Mayor and then Councilmember House.
Thank you. My comments are along the same lines. If it is possible to move mountains, or should I say water, it is this team. Mayor and I were out quite a bit watching the progress on all of this, and you made a huge impact on our community. And I know that for myself and everyone here, we can't thank you enough. You just went for it. You made it happen. Lots of tireless nights and days, but I am so proud to be part of this team, and you all did it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember House.
I won't say my full comments because they've been spoken already by so many others, but I just want to say, in addition, how proud and excited I am to see all that you guys have done to get this moving forward. You know, we've been hearing from so many in the community about the just urgent need that's being faced, and it's wonderful to have this project move forward in a way that shows we've heard that and we're doing what we can to try and move these sorts of things forward. So thank you so much for getting this advanced so quickly, and certainly thank you to those community members as well who continue to speak up and speak out. This is what happens when that happens, so thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember House. And not to make it too much of an echo chamber and the council chambers, but I know that all of you have been working 80-plus hours a week. I know how dedicated you have been to protecting homes, both in the short term, creating the engineering designs, trying to find the money, trying to successfully cooperating with so many agencies, making so many calls to see this through. My jaw is still on the floor with all the work that you have done to make this happen, and having shovels in the ground yesterday. And I know it is right. It can't happen soon enough, and it's not going to happen this monsoon season. But I know of the huge concerns of many residents, as well myself, as having the snowpack with rainfall on top that can be even worse in circumstances to flooding issues. And this is going to be done before the snow starts falling. And that's amazing, not just before next monsoon season, before the snow falls. It is a Herculean effort, and know that it is very much recognized by us here at the dais and the community on how much you are doing. Councilmember Salas.
With immense gratitude and a big grateful heart, I move to ratify the grant agreement with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Natural Resources Conservation Service, NRCS, in the amount of $2,408,180.75.
I second that. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Councilmember Salas, Vice Mayor, would you like to do the honors on the next motion, since these were put together? Here you go.
I got it.
Okay, I make a motion to ratify the emergency construction contract with Van Contracting Incorporated in the amount of $2,024,445 and an owner's contingency of $250,000 for a total amount of $2,274,445, which amount includes all federal, state, and local taxes as applicable. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Well, to go down the whole list, and then we can do them all three together.
Okay, thank you. And approve the administrative change order authority to the city manager in the amount of $177,444.50, 10% of the contract amount, less the contract allowance, and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents.
And quick clarification, that's $177,444.50.
I knew I was reading it wrong.
If we could find $177 million for stormwater, that would be awesome. Let me tell you. Stacy, that's up to you. All right, Councilmember Aslan, we're wanting to second that?
Sure, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to do so.
Yes.
Consider it seconded.
Seconded by Councilmember Aslan. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. We're still getting back in our groove here.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Mayor.
I'll work on that 200 million.
Yeah, thank you. I'll check back tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, we're down to agenda item 10C, consideration and approval of preliminary plat PZ-15-00015-24, Sirius at Timber Sky, Block 4. Capstone Homes requests preliminary plat approval for Sirius at Timber Sky, Block 4, located at 3191 McAllister Ranch Road, a 63-lot, single-family subdivision on 21.82 acres in the single-family residential R1 zone. All right, takes away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ben Mejia. I'm a planner for the city of Flagstaff. Before you today, we have a request from Capstone Homes for preliminary plat approval of Sirius at Timber Sky as a single-family subdivision of a 21.82 acre block to result in 63 lots in the R1 zone within the resource protection overlay. IDS approved this preliminary plat on June 7th. There are 3 conditions recommended by staff, and we'll go over those throughout the presentation. The site is located on the southeast corner of the Timber Sky development area at the intersection of South Woody Mountain Road and McAllister Ranch Road, which is abutted by Block 3B of Timber Sky to the north, as well as Sky Cottages and Presidio to the east, and Timber Sky Block 5 to the west. The site is buffered to the south by I-40. The annexation and zoning map amendment were approved for the Timber Sky development in 2016, which proposes a maximum of 1,300 total residential dwelling units. The site is encumbered by a federal patent across the southeast corner of the site, reserved for Route 66. The developability of the land subject to the patent is a matter between the applicant, the state, and the federal government. The applicant has been made aware of the issue and has provided an opinion from their legal counsel, which has been provided for you for your consideration. The city takes no position on the developability of this land. Staff has recommended as a consideration of approval that the patent be shown on the final plat. The proposal will result in 63 lots in the R1 zone. There are 2 preserved knolls in Tract C to the west and in a tract that is referred to as Overlook Park, which is on the east side of the subdivision. Staff has included a recommendation for condition of approval that the plat shall provide the purpose of each tract on the final plat. The site is also in the resource protection overlay. Resource protection has been averaged across the Timber Sky development area, which is to be updated as development is realized. But it is important to note that this subdivision meets its requirements of 47.5% preserved resources. The proposal conforms with zoning standards for the R1 zone, with density between 2 and 5 units per acre, and lots are designed to meet resource protection using building envelopes. Lots also meet the minimum size of 6,000 square feet and the width and depth requirements. Although it's important to note that at the front of each lot, or not all lots meet their lot width at the front, and so we've added a condition to apply the setback where the lots meet that 60-foot width. And the setbacks applied here are for the R1 minimum setbacks. Cultural resource clearance was completed with the original approval of the Timber Sky development area. Open space and amenity area requirements have been provided within the Timber Sky development. However, the subdivision does also provide open space. And sidewalks are provided throughout the subdivision. The proposal meets engineering standards and will be confirmed with civil engineering plans. Traffic impact analysis wasn't required for this particular subdivision because it was done with the overall Timber Sky development area. All lots are served by 8-inch water and sewer lines, and a regional detention has been provided for the entire Timber Sky development, as well as an LID on Tract A. The proposal meets the preliminary plat procedures and application requirements, as well as minimum subdivision improvements, which include lot, street, easement, and block design. Staff finds that the proposal meets the requirements for the zoning code, subdivision code, and engineering standards. On July 27th, P&Z Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval of this item with the conditions as listed in the staff report. And I believe the applicant is here in the room to provide comment and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do they have a formal application or just here, or formal presentation, or just here for response to any questions we may have?
No presentation, just comments.
Okay, thank you. They're welcome to come on down.
Hello, my name is John Sutherland, 3605 South Flagstaff Ranch Road. Mr. Mayor, council members, thanks for hearing our case this evening, or this afternoon. One of the things I wanted to comment on, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the documents that came with this hearing, but we do have an opinion letter from our attorneys about the patent easement that overlays the property. That patent easement was for the purpose of Route 66, and I think it was signed. I know that FDR's signature was on it. That tells you how old it is. So the purpose for what that patent was contemplated has been completed. So our opinion, as you'll see in that letter, is that that patent easement doesn't even exist anymore. So we request that the patent easement is not shown on the final plat per the staff recommendation number 2. Because of the purpose, or because of the reasons that I mentioned and our attorney found in that letter. So, like I said, I don't know if you've had a chance to review that, but that's her opinion on that subject. Be happy to answer any other questions you might have about this project.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, John, for being with us. And this might be a question for staff, but maybe both of you can address it. Can you just speak to the foots trails in that region and the plans in the region? I believe your neighbor to the north is planning to build foots on their project. Is that something that you'd be open to? And I'd also be curious from city staff's perspective in terms of a holistic foots network, what we're planning for this parcel.
Yeah, I can't speak to what's happening to the north of us there. I'm not sure really what they're doing. I do know that within our northeast corner of parcel 4, it's not a foots per se, but it is a park area that has trail systems going to it, and a ramada that sits on top of a rock outcropping that's designated as tract, I don't remember, but it is in the northeast corner of this area of this subdivision. As far as foots, I think there was a requirement for foots on Woody Mountain Road with the original pre-plat for Timber Sky. I believe that's the case. But yeah, I don't know what's happening to the north. That's a different developer than what we are.
And for your parcel, would you be open to putting a foots in along Woody Mountain? For the sake of the cyclists, for the kids?
That's something we could discuss. I'd have to go back and look at that pre-plat and see what the responsibility might be there between us and the master developer.
Very good, and I'd love to hear from staff if there's any more information to share.
I apologize, I don't have any additional information on the foots for the regional for the Timber Sky development area. I do know that other blocks have made that connection, but I was focused on this block. But I can get that information for you if you'd like.
I would love that, and, you know, to mayor and council, you know, if that is something that you all agree with, that foot should be holistically connected, especially along Woody Mountain, and I believe other parcels adjacent are also building foots as part of their plans. I think it's important that we work with this developer to see if that's possible here as well. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy.
Could staff put up the plat map again, which might help us better understand this issue?
Did you want the plat or the block plat?
I presume that what you have up now is the best. So there's no foot trail shown on this at this point. So I think what Mr. Shimoni is asking that we revise this to put a foot trail, and you're thinking primarily north-south on the east side?
Woody Mountain Road primarily, yeah.
So that might affect that open area and then those two lots in the southeast corner. So, oh, I saw a staff walking up, but then they sat down.
See if I'm.
Tiffany.
Hi. I was hearing some of this in the background. I thought I'd pop up. There's actually not a foots trail planned at all on the subdivision plat. So if that helps.
Good to know. I was under the impression that adjacent parcels were planning to build foots.
Sure. So there's a foots trail. Do you have an overall of Timber Sky?
Block.
Mm-hmm. So here, so we're in block 2, correct?
We're in block 4.
4, right here. Yep. So there will be a foots in the future when we go to do Woody Mountain Road. We're taking in lieu along this frontage. And that was part of the original rezoning case. So there is a foots trail. That foots trail wouldn't connect to anything at this point in time. So we're taking an in lieu contribution for what that edge improvement will be for where this particular block touches Woody Mountain Road. There will be some time in the future that foots trail. With the development of this parcel to the north, the foots trail is going. Now we've got a case in even further, and then the foots trail primarily goes along the frontage along Route 66. We also have the foots trail that runs through the open space tract all the way through the project. But this piece we did take in lieu for.
And can you just explain that a little bit further? What did you take in lieu?
We took a fee in lieu of actually getting the improvement at this time, since Woody Mountain Road is expected to have additional improvements, not knowing what will happen with a future interchange, all of those details. We took an in lieu fee for when that happens.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
So you took a fee in lieu of an actual project, but is there right of way to accomplish that?
Yes, sir, there is. For the foots, yes.
Thank you. I have another question. So the developers asked us to not put something on the plat map that staff has said that we should put on the plat map. And I'm just wondering if Mr. Solomon has any opinion on that, or if other staff people would like to provide a little more insight into the trade-offs.
I can simply indicate that it's our recommendation that it remain. That's staff's recommendation, and that's the recommendation from my office as well.
Right, and to talk to the developer, if his attorney is correct, that it's really not an issue, because nobody's going to try to build Route 66 through this parcel.
And while their attorney has provided a legal opinion to that effect, we still would ask that it remain on the plat.
All right, so if it remains and their attorney is correct, and I did read it incidentally, then it's kind of just an academic thing. So if we keep it on there, it's not creating an issue.
Well said, Councilmember McCarthy. Thank you.
Thank you. We're a good team, Sterling.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? Sterling.
Mayor, I did have one further point. We, from a legal perspective, keeping things in context here at a preliminary plat stage, when you're talking about what the council can request and ask for, essentially the code allows you to approve the preliminary plat. If you want to look into the foots later, as is possible, as there's right of way for it, it doesn't mean that that's not going to happen. It's just not something you could hold up a preliminary plat for. Just want to make sure that's clear.
All right, thank you, Sterling. Yes, please.
Well, to keep this simple, I move that we approve item 10C on the published agenda, including the three conditions that staff has recommended.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Shimoni. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. We're down to agenda item 11A, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2022-39, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff to establish an advisory library board for the Coconino County Free Library District.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Give me just a moment here to share my screen. All right, my name is Richard Tutwiler. I'm the acting library director for the Flagstaff City Coconino County Public Library. So this IGA will be between the City of Flagstaff and Coconino County in formation of the Library District Advisory Board. So what does this IGA cover for everyone? First off, the formation of the Library Board. The Library Board considers and deliberates matters of concern that affect the operation and efficiency of the Library District. As I mentioned, it acts in an advisory capacity to the Library Director, the City Manager, City Council, as well as the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. The board will make recommendations to provide an optimum level of library services using available resources. So for membership, the IGA states that the board will be composed of the following: 1 city council member, 4 city residents, 3 board members appointed by the Board of Supervisors, one of which sits on the Board of Supervisors, and 2 county residents. The terms of board members and vacancies. So each board member will serve a term of office of 3 years. City Council and Board of Supervisors shall promptly fill vacancies for unexpired term of any member of the board for which the governing body is responsible. And the organization of the board. Members of the board shall elect a chairperson and a vice chairperson. No member shall serve more than 3 successive terms as chairperson, and the library director may be an ex officio non-voting member of the board. For meetings, the board shall hold not less than 10 regular meetings annually, all open to the public. The time and place of meetings will follow applicable state statutes. A quorum shall be 1 more than half the voting membership of the board. And if any board member has 2 consecutive unexcused absences, the remaining board members may vote to terminate the appointment of the unexcused member. So why a library board against a library commission? So the library board is made up of citizen representatives and residents of the community. And board members are not voted on by the community. They are selected by elected officials. They represent the interests of both the City of Flagstaff residents and those living in Coconino County outside of city limits. So the date and term for this IGA, the agreement shall continue until midnight on June 30th, 2024, unless sooner terminated as indicated in the IGA. And this IGA shall be automatically renewed for 2 additional terms of 2 years unless notice of intent not to renew is provided by either party. So the suggested action I have is that City Council approve the renewal of this IGA that governs the formation and operation of the Library District Board. And at that, I'm open to any questions that City and Council and Mayor may have.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions on this? I'm not seeing anything with that, so I move to read resolution number 2022-39 by title only.
A second.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember House. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff to establish an advisory library board for the Coconino County Free Library District.
I move to adopt resolution number 2022-39.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember House. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. We're down to agenda item 11B. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2022-38, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff for the application for the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG program, fiscal year 2022 local solicitation CFDA 16.738.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Allison Hughes. I'm the Support Services Manager with the Flagstaff Police Department. The Flagstaff Police Department would like to request the consideration and approval of the IGA between the City of Flagstaff and Coconino County for the submission drag grant application. Flagstaff Police has proven track record for establishing and maintaining crime prevention programs that elicit cooperation between community members and law enforcement personnel to control, detect, and investigate crime. The police department utilizes these grant funds to help with community policing activities such as Tequila Sunrise, New Year's Eve festivities, community support meetings, block watch meetings, educational presentations, cleanup projects, National Night Out, car seat safety prevention, 4th of July parade. The JAG program was created in 1984 to provide federal leadership and allows agencies to support a broad range of activities to prevent and control crime based on their own local needs and conditions. The JAG program provides agencies with the flexibility to prioritize and place funds where they are needed most. This year, the funding requested is in the amount of $37,337. The JAG funds will be divided between the City of Flagstaff Police Department and Coconino County Sheriff's Office. The city share is slated to be used for discretionary overtime for officers to carry out community policing programs and CompStat initiatives. The police department has utilized the JAG grant for nearly 20 years. We continue to be partners with the community and strive to keep crime down. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions, Council? Otherwise, I'm happy to entertain a motion. Fine, I'll do it. I move to read resolution number 2022-38 by title only.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries unanimously. City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff for the application for the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG, program FY 2022 local solicitation CFDA number 16.738.
I move to adopt resolution number 2022-38.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. We are down to agenda item 11D, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2022-41, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting a notice of intention to increase stormwater rates or rate components, fees, or service charges, and establishing a date for a public hearing on the proposed changes for November 15th, 2022. We get to see Ed again.
You just can't get rid of me.
Oh, and Brad.
Good afternoon. I'll
IT.
be kicking off this notice of intent, and then we will have our consultant, Water Resources Economics, finish it. Apologies. Let's see if I can get this to open. Okay, here. Okay, so a quick overview. This is the kickoff, if you will, for the stormwater rate adjustment. We do the notice of intent as part of the public process to change our utility rate. Our purpose here today is to seek the adoption of a notice of intent to raise the stormwater rates. Some of the discussion points today will be previous council direction for the stormwater utility, the purpose of this rate adjustment, jurisdictional roles, the rate basis and policy recommendations, a timeline for this rate adjustment, and then the council direction on this resolution. Previous council direction, the last rate adjustment was in 2018, took effect in 2019. This was to increase the stormwater utility rate fee, a total of $1.48 per ERU. That's an equivalent rate unit. We'll talk about that in a little bit. The new rate, the rate that we have today, is $3.74, sorry, per ERU. This is fairly low by national standards. And the purpose of this rate adjustment back in 2018 was to fund $32 million of major capital projects, most specifically the debt obligation for the Rio de Flag flood control project. At the time, it gave us approximately $600,000 annually for capital projects. The purpose of our current rate adjustment is to increase our level of service to meet the fire and flood events that we've seen over the past few years, which makes a lot of our current stormwater infrastructure insufficient. These increased events have increased demand on operations as well, so not just the capital side, but also for staffing and equipment. And we have additional mitigation costs for these new flood areas, including Spruce Wash and Schultz Creek, among others. The other purposes for this rate adjustment is to address some of the CIP that was identified as way back as 2010 in NEMADS, which is the Northeast Area Master Drainage Study, which have yet to be addressed, and to complete critical capital projects that will reduce the flood response operation costs, to bring our operation costs back in line with our level of service. The current rates that we have right now at $3.74 per ERU provides us limited capital funding, $600,000 per year, which, as you'll see in some of the slides further, is insufficient. And we have large increased operating costs, obviously due to our temporary flood mitigation, flood response, and currently unfunded maintenance responsibilities. And at the moment, it's an unsustainable budget, which Sanjay will get into, Water Resources Economics will get into shortly. The proposed rates will increase our capital funding, provide for permanent flood mitigation, and then also we'll talk a little bit about the general obligation bond or the rates. There's two different ways of funding some of the stormwater needs. And we'll fund some of our increased operation costs, staffing and equipment, master planning, and flood mitigation. Should provide us a more sustainable budget. Some of what will go into the rate model is the capital projects. Right here we have them listed by groups. So that yellow is the Pipeline Fire or Schultz Creek capital projects. The sort of brownish is the Rio de Flag flood control project and related laterals. Green throughout the city, that's identified through mostly NEMADS, Northeast Area Master Drainage Study from 2010. And then we also have that sort of pinkish magenta color, which is the Museum Fire, Schultz Creek, sorry, not Schultz, Spruce Wash drainage area and capital projects. For the 6-year horizon, so these are the numbers that are going into this rate model. You can see that there's substantial costs associated with those different areas for the next 6 years. And Sanjay will talk a little bit about that shortly. One question that does come up, and we will not really address it today since this is a notice of intent, is the jurisdictional roles between the city stormwater program and also the county flood control district. So there are some things that are fairly well defined. Those would be the city stormwater maintenance program, capital improvements within city neighborhoods, FEMA floodplain management responsibilities. Both the county and city operate those separately. Stormwater development review and enforcement responsibilities, and the MS4, the municipal separate stormwater system. So those are fairly clearly defined. Also, our rate basis, as I mentioned, is the ERUs. So what we have set up within our ordinance as a stormwater utility is an ERU of 1,500 square feet of impervious surface. An ERU is a pretty common way of doing a stormwater utility, funding one. The actual square footage depends on the city. So for our city, it's 1,500 square feet. They range as low as 1 square foot, you know, in increments of 1 square foot, all the way up to the largest that's been out there that we've seen is 10,000 square feet. Tends to be the smaller it is, the more equitable it is. The larger it is, the more that you're getting inequities within that rate. Currently, our residential properties have a maximum rate at 5 ERUs, and the average residential property within the city is roughly 3 ERUs at the moment. Commercial properties do not have a max to their ERU cap. We are going to propose, as we move through this rate adjustment, a couple updates within the policies. One is a proposal to suspend the stormwater credit manual due to some inconsistencies and inequities within that credit manual. That's a future policy amendment, not something we're bringing up right now, other than it's will be coming down the road. And then more relevant at the moment within the rate adjustment process will be the removal of that maximum 5 ERU cap for residential properties. With that, if Sanjay is online, I'm going to drive the ship, if you will, and Sanjay Guara from Water Resources Economics will take the next slides.
Thank you, Ed. Good afternoon. I just want to make sure everyone can hear me clearly, or as clear as possible.
We can. Yep. Please
Okay,
proceed.
great. Thank you. Honorary Mayor, City Council, staff, and public, I'd like to do the next part of the presentation and talk about the financial challenges that we face with stormwater. So the first thing is the increased operating costs. As discussed and as known, there has been increased fires in Flagstaff that has caused additional costs. Just in 2024, that is a $600,000 increase. I'll be showing you a little bit of a detailed budget about those future cost increases, but they are substantial with the operating budget just to deal with the floods. The second is the significant capital expenditure that Ed has talked about over the next 6 years. $12.7 million annually is needed to be spent each year. Now, in order to fund this $12.7 million, a mixture of different types of revenue streams will be used. One is revenue bonds, which is traditional with a utility. The other one is a GO bond, which the voters will decide whether to issue or not this November. There will be some grant fundings that we have taken into account this year and next year. Grants, as we all know, is great to get, but there are unknowns about future outside of this 2-year horizon. So there's a bit of unknown. So that's why we're assuming that we don't receive it. If we do receive it in the out years, that will help us and could potentially lower future rate increases, but it is unknown. The other source of revenue financing is cash, and we have reserves and also from rates. So all these different sources will be used to fund the capital project. As I mentioned earlier, the November November election will determine the GO bond and how that's funded or not funded. If the voters approved it, then some of these capital projects that we've been talking about will be funded through the property tax revenue and not be assessed on the stormwater. We wouldn't double charge. If not approved, those projects still need to go online and still need to proceed forward. So the stormwater fee will have to increase in order to capture that additional cost. We will be presenting both scenarios with you in the future dates, but that is something that we'll be able to pivot depending on what happens on November 8th. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, I wanted to talk a little about the operating budget. The first table on the top shows the operating budget. The O&M budget, $1.8 million, is what we anticipate to spend this fiscal year. And then, as you can see, it drops a little bit to 1.4 because we had some additional costs this year that we didn't anticipate. So we go back to our baseline, and then it escalates out due to increased costs that we normally see with running a utility. But on the next one, the additional O&M, these are the additional services that we need in order to make sure we provide this level of service that we would like to get at with the floods and the fire situation. So they are significant. There are basically personnel, capital, equipment, pre-season flood mitigation, master planning. This is all to maintain this level of service that we would like to achieve. As you can see, the operating budget basically is $2 million this fiscal year, and then eventually almost goes to $3 million by the end of this study horizon. In addition, we have the capital expenditure, the bottom table over here. Ed talked about the different types of projects. Now I'm showing you the funding sources. So this shows you rate funded, how much of it is funded by cash, revenue bonds. We are issuing a revenue bond next year, and then we're projecting out in the future years. Some grants, as I mentioned, we have 2 years of grants, out years. We're being conservative. If we get grants, that's great. That'll help us lower future rate increases, but we can't plan on having that with on our horizon. And then the GO bonds. And as I mentioned, that GO bond is sort of where we need a pivot. If we receive that GO bond, then rates won't need to be used to pay for this. We could have a lower increase in rates. If the GO bond does not get approved, then we would have to have those GO bonds would actually turn into revenue bonds, and the stormwater fee, would have to pay for that. So that's something that, again, as I mentioned, we would need to pivot. Next slide, please. So this shows a visual graphic of the financial plan. Let me walk us through this. There's a lot of colors and schematics here. So the first one I want to focus on is the gold bars. The gold bars are the revenues that are coming in from this from revenue from stormwater. As you can see, it's almost $5 million if you look towards the left. And as you can see in the out years, it does increase by 1% because of growth. Then let's go now to the colors in the background. So let's work our way from the bottom to the top. So the first one is that dark blue, ocean blue you can think of. That's the operating expense right there, and that includes the additional operating that I talked about. The next teal color is a lighter blue, is the current debt service. You do have some debt that's in play. And then you have the proposed debt. As I mentioned, we are issuing revenue bonds to fund projects. That's what's shown over here. And then the teal green color is the capital expenditure. When taking all these different costs into place, then we look at the ending balance, and that black line is the ending balance. As you can see, it's a negative slope, which is not a very good thing. That means we're drawing on reserves, and it goes negative in 2026. The red dotted line is what we want to be at. We want to be above that. That's our reserve level target that we would like to keep at. So in the first few years, you can almost say, hey, we're okay, but we are going in the wrong direction. And so some kind of movement, some kind of change, this is the time to change the revenues so that we're healthy and we're sustainable financially in this enterprise. Next slide, please. So as summary, the current revenues are not sufficient to pay for operating costs, the flood mitigation, and future capital expenditures. There are significant increases that will be needed to meet the stormwater. At the next, we're going to be presenting at the Water Commission meeting, and then eventually to City Council. We'll be presenting 2 rate scenarios, one with the GO bond approved. As mentioned, some of these capital projects will be funded through the property tax. The second one is a GO bond not approved, so then they would have to be revenue bonds, and rates would be fund all those capitals by customers. So I'm going to turn over to Ed. He's going to talk about the schedule.
Sure. So here you can see the schedule as set by ARS and also through Rick Tatter. So obviously right now we're at that top one, the council meeting for the notice of intent. In September, we'll have that rate analysis report on the same day as the Water Commission meeting on September 15th. Those documents will then be posted on the Water Services website the next day, which will start the 60-day public notice. We will have community outreach in September and October. On October 15th, the copy will go to City Clerk. On the 25th, we'll have a council work session. We'll come back to propose those rate models. On the next day, the 26th, we'll have a newspaper notice. On November 15th, we'll have our public hearing here at the council meeting, first read. November 29th, we'll have the ordinance in the second read, and the rate will be effective on January 1st of 2023. So a pretty aggressive schedule, just based on what Sanjay was explaining with our negative trend in terms of stormwater funding. We are hoping to move this along fairly quickly. Council options today, we can read and adopt resolution 2022-41-41. You can direct staff to provide additional information and delay that read and adoption. You can decide not to adopt the resolution 2022-41 and provide direction on future considerations of service charge increases, or you can choose not to adopt that resolution and provide direction on future considerations of service level reductions. And with that, we'll take questions.
So, Councilman McCarthy.
Well, thank you. I have one question and a couple comments. The number of ERUs that are charged to a given property, do they just come in units, or can they be, in other words, does it have to be 2 or 3, or could it be 2.6?
How we have it set up right now, they are whole units. So we do round it to a whole unit at the moment. We can change that in the future. It would be under that rate study or rate assessment, but at the moment, they are whole unit ERUs.
So it might make sense to have smaller units. In other words, instead of 1,500, maybe 500. And that way you can, you know, and of course, you would change the fee accordingly in proportion. Mm-hmm. But that might be more equitable. I am going to support this resolution tonight, but I will say that when this comes back, I would like a little more detail about the relationship between the city's responsibility, the flood control district's responsibility, et cetera. And then one last point, philosophically, I believe that flood mitigation costs should be paid for by the stormwater fees as opposed to property taxes. Because that way, a given property that says has a lot of impervious surface causes more problems for the city, that property would pay more, as opposed to the value of the property, which is, you know, a property tax, which has nothing to do directly with the amount of impact a given property has. And of course, impervious surfaces, that means like the roof of your house, the driveways, if you have a concrete patio in the backyard, as opposed to landscaped areas where the water hopefully tends to soak into the ground instead of running off into the street and causing flooding issues. But that's where my head is philosophically, just for the future discussions. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I am going to support this resolution tonight. I think it's important that we move it forward. There's a few little questions that can be answered in the future, but there's no reason to stop this moving forward in my mind.
Thank you. Sterling?
Councilmember McCarthy, I'm glad you mentioned the future discussion, because tonight it is just the notice of intention that council is considering. That more substantive discussion to which you're referring and your philosophical base from which you're coming, that really would be for the meetings that have been outlined by staff going forward.
So that was just a free preview, no additional charge.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, and I'll echo the part of what Councilmember McCarthy has said, that I do want to know more about jurisdictional roles, how our stormwater fees relate to the stormwater fees and our property taxes going to the flood control district, and ensuring that we are we're having commensurate financial dedication towards the needs of stormwater infrastructure in our community. So. But Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll jump in. I do support this moving forward. I also have an internal tug of war in my chest about, just the struggles of the community, those impacted by flooding, but then the cost of living and us continuously adding to that cost. But that is for a future conversation. And for the sake of tonight, I'll just leave it there and say that, yeah, I look forward to those conversations.
Any further questions or comments? That I move to read resolution number 2022-41 by title only.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. City Clerk.
A A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting a notice of intention to increase water services rates or rate components, fees, or service charges, and setting a public hearing date on November 15th, 2022.
I move to adopt resolution number 2022-41.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Sweet. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Well, this is a good time for a bit of a break. 5 o'clock right now coming on. When we return, we will be returning to agenda item 11F. This is a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled PZ-22-00089 marijuana operations and retail establishments, and an ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council amending the Flagstaff City Code, Title 10, Flagstaff zoning code to allow recreational marijuana retail sales by establishments that may not be dual licenses and clarify definitions and terms in relation to marijuana operations. Let's give 20 minutes, so at 5:20 p.m., we will start that discussion with a presentation from staff, followed by public participation and then council discussion. Thank you. Ready to get this party started?
We are good to go, Mayor.
Cool. We are down to agenda item 11F. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2022-37 and ordinance number 2022-19. Resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled PZ-22-00089 marijuana operations and retail establishments, and an ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 10, Flagstaff Zoning Code to allow recreational marijuana retail sales by establishments that may not be dual licensees and clarify definitions and terms in relation to marijuana operations. Ms. Antle.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor and Council. I hope it's okay. There are 3 items that are all sort of related, and I've combined them into one presentation. The 3rd item I'm partnered with Kevin Fensel on, and he is online. So I will go ahead and get started, and I will cover the 2 amendments that we have before you today in regards to the zoning code. The first is a request from an applicant, Noble Herb, in regards to extending the marijuana dispensary hours of operation. So the applicant is requesting that the city of Flagstaff amend the zoning code to extend the hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So you see here the overview of the proposed amendment, not very complicated, fairly simple ordinance. Staff's recommendation and the planning and zoning recommendation was included in the staff summary. Staff recommended approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission. The Planning and Zoning Commission also forwarded this with a recommendation of approval. There were 4 members in attendance at the Planning and Zoning Commission. At first, there was a vote to approve the hours from 8 to 9 p.m. instead of 10 p.m. That vote failed. It was then voted on again to do the 10 p.m. as requested, and that vote succeeded. So I just wanted to clarify what the Planning and Zoning Commission did, and if you have any other questions about that, I can try to address them. The findings for a zoning code text amendment are first that it's found to be consistent and conform to the objectives of the policies of the general plan. So the general plan deals a lot with land use related topics. It definitely covers economic development. Those are really the goals and policies that staff could reach towards in looking at extending business hours. There are not a lot of land use policies that would really cover or anything really direct in the regional plan itself. But staff really relied on the economic development policies to support this case. Finding number 2, the proposed amendment will not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare of the city. And it is not anticipated that any of those things will be an issue. Staff did reach out to the police department, just to see if there would be any concerns about extending the hours of operation. And after working with the applicant and hearing a lot of their reasonings for the request, staff believes it actually does a lot towards safety. It extends the hours for when people can use these facilities. It treats them similar to pharmacies and other similar operations in the city of Flagstaff. And so this, I don't know if you've ever noticed, but sometimes these facilities will tend to have a lot of people cluster at either opening or closing. And this will hopefully just release that sort of pressure, give people more time to get done what they need to get done. And finding number 3, the proposed amendment is internally consistent with other applicable provisions, and there are no other provisions in the code that this would particularly conflict with. So with that, staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission are recommending approval on the change of hours for closing at 10 p.m. I'm going to go ahead and jump to the next amendment, which is the single recreational sales establishment. So the city is requesting to amend the zoning code to address marijuana operations in the city of Flagstaff by updating terms and definitions to include single recreational sales establishment and revise the separation requirements for all marijuana operations. I'll just note that there is some just general cleanup in here. While we were in here, we wanted to sort of align more of our definitions and terms with Arizona state statute. So if you have any questions about those specific details, let me know. I did want to just give you this background of where we are to date and where we've been on this particular text amendment. So in February of this year, legal staff did hold a work session with City Council to discuss the issuance of social equity licenses and obtain direction on updating both the zoning code and the city code to accommodate these licenses. In May, legal staff held an executive session on the topic of amending the zoning code for marijuana operations. And then May 25th and May 31st, there were 2 work sessions. The first was held with Planning and Zoning Commission, and one was held with the City Council. Both of these work sessions were advertised in the Arizona Daily Sun. Lastly, we held a public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission on June 22nd on this particular text amendment. Same with the last one as well. So here is an overview of the proposed amendment. So the primary one is to change the terminology marijuana dispensary, which is currently defined as being a dual license facility, to a marijuana retail establishment. We create a new definition for marijuana retail establishment, and that includes medical marijuana dispensary, it includes a dual license facility, and it includes recreational only or adult use sales. In addition, we just changed some terms in the industrial section in regards to the marijuana offsite cultivation and marijuana offsite manufacturing location. This is just terminology. None of the uses are really changing here. This is just about bringing the terms in alignment, again, with Arizona revised statutes. And in addition to just changing out, we're going to call this marijuana operations instead of marijuana establishments. Marijuana establishments under Arizona revised statutes includes more than we currently include. So we didn't want to completely align terms. We wanted to come up with a term of our own since we were defining it a little bit differently than the revised statutes on advice from our attorney. So marijuana establishment gets replaced with marijuana operation, and marijuana dispensary gets replaced with marijuana retail establishment. And this also revises the separation requirements for marijuana operations. And marijuana operations is that broader term, includes cultivation, includes manufacturing, all of those things get under that marijuana operation definition. So the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend to amend the separation of 2,000 feet, which is our current requirement, to 2,500 feet from one marijuana establishment to another. And that marijuana establishment gets changed to marijuana operation. It's hard because I've got multiple amendments going on at one time. It's hard to show you all the changes, but can guarantee you it's fixed right in the ordinance. But here are all of the other separation requirements, and there's not a recommendation at this time to change any of these recommendations. So generally, one of the first questions we always get is, what are the possibilities of adding more retail facilities into the city? And you can see by some of these uses, it's really hard to determine. So what I can tell you is that these especially retail establishments, are only allowed in our highway commercial zone. Our highway commercial zone is focused along the primary corridors in Flagstaff. So Milton, 66, West Route 66, and going out towards the mall. Those main corridors are where you see that highway commercial. There are other smaller pockets, but that's the bulk of where you're going to see that zoning. So there are a number of uses that fluctuate on a regular basis. Charter schools pop up every now and again. Daycare centers pop up every now and again, and they can turn up and go away in a minute. So it's really hard for us to do a hard analysis about exactly how many more facilities could be, or operations could be, allowed in Flagstaff. But it's not the full gamut of all of the zoning within Flagstaff. It is really limited to that one district. So I did want to give you what it looks like when we're just looking at the separation only. So this buffer is what we currently have. We're showing on this map the two existing dispensaries that are inside of the city of Flagstaff, and there is one dispensary currently located just outside of the city of Flagstaff in Coconino County. In addition, there's a yellow and a blue that are overlapping, and this is Noble Herb, because they're in the process of relocating to a new facility. They've done a lot of great work on a new building. So we're excited to see that change. But you can see here in this instance, while those bubbles overlap, the blue dot in the center does not fall into one circle. So they are more than 2,000 feet apart from one another currently. So you can visualize what that is in your mind as you drive between those two locations. This is the 2,500-foot buffer. It just barely puts that second location inside the buffer. So those two locations would not comply under the current proposed code. But you can see the vast stretch along 66, where there's definitely a lot of highway commercial zoning, but it really starts to narrow in on that downtown area. And then that's what a mile separation looks like. I picked mile. 5,000 feet could be the differential. It's a rounder number. I just picked a mile, it being sort of the next big step up. But any of these things could fluctuate, and it just gives you a perspective of what this looks like. It eats up most of that core of the downtown, the existing facilities. So with that, again, we're changing definitions. I talked about the marijuana operation and the retail establishment. And so let's go into the findings. The findings are kind of very similar for what we saw before. Finding number one is about consistency with and conforms to the objectives of the general plan. So in a lot of ways here, staff pulled from when we opted to allow dual license facilities. These are very much the same goals and policies we used when the zoning code text amendment went forward in the past to allow for dual license facilities in the city of Flagstaff. They do, again, rely heavily on economic development policies. There are not a lot of really goals and policies that give us good direction on these types of uses. Finding number two, the proposed amendment will not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare of the city. And again, these provisions are not anticipated to be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare of the city. to assist in assuring that the proposed marijuana established land use are not detrimental. Minimum separation requirements are established from facilities and locations that contain any of the following uses: daycares, education, family recreation and entertainment, public libraries and parks, drug or alcohol rehabilitation, or other marijuana establishments, soon-to-be operations possibly. In addition, provisions are already incorporated pertaining to security, disposal of marijuana remnants and byproducts, and prohibition of on-site consumption of marijuana products and emissions of dust, fumes, vapors, smoke, or odors in the environment. In my time at the city and with the existing dispensaries that we have in place, I'm not aware of receiving any complaints in regards to those businesses, and so would expect that if additional businesses were to operate in the city, that it would remain status quo. And then finding number 3, the proposed amendment is internally consistent with all other applicable provisions of the code. And again, there's no conflicts here in terms of whether or not we allow the single-use recreational. So staff is recommending, and the Planning and Zoning Commission, all recommended approval. So I know that the applicant is here to represent their case on the hours, and I know that Kevin Fensel probably has a couple of things to add about the changes to the city code. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions of Ms. Antal, council, at this time? All right, and Kevin, were you wanting to touch base now or after public participation?
Sure. Yeah, thank you for passing to me. Tiffany, I'll keep this pretty high level. The ordinance you have in front of you really just removes the section we included to require dual licensee status for anyone seeking to open a marijuana establishment in Flagstaff after the passage of Prop 207. So the amendment proposed to you tonight, and this again was at direction of council to come back with something that would allow a non-dual licensee or a recreation-only establishment to open, and that really is to account for the social equity license holders. We just removed that section, so it's pretty simple and straightforward, but I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Councilmember Aslan, did you have a question?
I did not. I was just keeping a tally of Kevin Fensel's puns.
Thank you, and that's an important factor. All right, with that, we can take public participation regarding the 11F, and then we will go on to the hours of operation after this portion. Steve Thompson.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thanks for your service. Thanks for this opportunity. My name is Steve Thompson. I'm with High Mountain Health here in Flagstaff. The current rules to operate a dispensary in Flagstaff already allow for more licenses. However, none have chosen to come here because of this saturation. We currently have the highest ratio of dispensaries to population in the state, and since all the other municipalities have chosen to require or restrict their dispensaries by requiring them to remain dual license, Flagstaff is going to become a target for all these licenses that are out there. You folks understand that this has very little to do with social equity. 18 of these licenses somehow wound up in the hands of big multi-state operators with large cultivation sites in the desert. We're talking about big box versus mom and pop. We are mom and pop. We want protection. We're worthy of protection. If there was ever a reason for protection, this is it. If you guys pass this thing, the advertising alone is going to be staggering. Everywhere you go, you're going to see pot. We've always been very transparent. We've maintained positive communication with the city and government, local law enforcement. This should count for something. HMH has donated more than $130,000 to local charities, and we would plan to do that. Together, Noble Urban Us, we employ around 200 people. Many of these people made life changes and relocated to Flagstaff for this job. If these operators are allowed to come to Flagstaff, they're going to split the business up that is here, and that's it. You'll be creating a situation that will severely hurt local businesses, won't generate another nickel in taxes, and will probably cost local jobs. For the city to soften barriers to entry, the barriers that we had to negotiate, it seems terribly unfair. We put everything on the line. We made choices based on the rules that the city had established. And these choices would have certainly been different had we known that these rules were up for discussion. I can't believe that the city would actually consider making it easier for these businesses to move to town. I can't believe I doubt that Noble Herb would have made the improvements they did on Route 66, that beautiful building, had they been aware that this was even a possibility. To allow an influx of dispensaries that will not cultivate locally can only hurt this town. Remember, these are the big boys. They have huge farms, and they're only coming here because they've got nowhere else to go. I've talked to a lot of people about since this idea was born.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson, but I would like to hear more what you're saying about being born.
All right.
Just rules, no, as in, please keep talking. Procedurally, I have to ask a question for you to continue.
Let me see where I was. I appreciate that. I've talked to a lot of people since this idea was born, and I'm surprised by, they were surprised and resistant, and I honestly believe that Flagstaff wants to know more about this before we proceed. I think they want to know about the potential ramifications. I don't think Flagstaff wants to become Colorado or California. I think this would absolutely hurt those of us that have fought so hard and sacrificed so much to get here. Please keep Flagstaff the city of seven wonders. Don't let it become the city of seven pot shops. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Ryan Hermansky.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Ryan Hermansky. I'm actually the co-founder of Noble Herb Dispensary. We've actually have now opened. We opened about a month ago, so when these proceedings started, we were under construction, but we're now located on 522 East Route 66. Thrilled to be there. We also have Pure Edibles, which is an edible brand founded here in Flagstaff that can be found all over the state now. I certainly understand the irony of a dispensary owner standing up here and complaining or being concerned about more dispensaries coming to Flagstaff. Just to give you a brief background, 10 years ago, when the licenses were first awarded via lottery, the Arizona Department of Health looked at population and decided that 2 dispensaries would work for Flagstaff. At that time, we had about 60,000 people. We barely upticked at about 75,000 10 years later. Those statistics put us per capita at market saturation, and we actually have more dispensaries than any mid-size or large city in the state. To give you an example, a city like Scottsdale with 10 times the amount of people has the same amount of dispensaries. So I think it's just relevant to put things in perspective. My partners and I chose to keep our small business in Flagstaff instead of moving it to Maricopa County, where most dispensaries out in the rural that find themselves actually did. We love Flagstaff, we love the quality of life in Flagstaff, and we decided to remain in Flagstaff over making more money and moving to the big city. 3 years ago, when we started our search for a new building, which ended up being on Route 66, there was no concern of several new licenses coming to Flagstaff. We invested millions of dollars to purchase a building and completely renovate it. If several new dispensaries come to Flag, I feel like we made a mistake, and we'd have been far better off actually moving to Maricopa County. It's crucial that the council and the citizens of Flagstaff are aware of the potential ramifications of being the first city to open up for adult use licenses. It's just unclear how many will actually come. This will create an onslaught of attention on Flagstaff, and several, as many as 10 to 12 based off our calculations, could actually enter the city of Flagstaff. Protecting Flagstaff from 10 plus new dispensaries does not make any of us anti-social equity. It keeps Flagstaff the city we love. The residents of Flagstaff I know and talk to do not want to turn this into Denver, or even worse, California. In California and Denver, you can find a dispensary basically on every corner. No Flagstaff residents were awarded social equity, so any social equity license that moves here is most likely owned by a multi-state operator and was actually coming from the Phoenix metropolitan area. Most importantly, more dispensaries will not lead to more tax revenue. As an analogy, if Flagstaff sees more gas stations open up, people in Flagstaff don't start driving more. The amount of tax revenue will be the same. We'll just spread it out over more dispensaries and more big box operators. Please protect small business that have operated in Flagstaff for over 9 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I have a question for you.
Sure.
So earlier today, council, we referred 4 liquor license applications onto the state with a recommendation for approval. Do you believe that we shouldn't be doing this for liquor licenses either?
It's a very different business. I think actually liquor licenses can actually benefit from being in areas and being in districts. I think bars and restaurants attract each other. Patrons obviously go from one to another, and it creates kind of a fun area to actually go down. So I think in downtown Flagstaff, for example, I think more can actually benefit each other. The marijuana is an interesting product, right? It's the more dispensaries will not create more people smoking marijuana. They'll just get spread out from out to the other locations. So it kind of just, the pie stays the same, the tax revenue stays the same, just gets spread out among more.
But you're saying that's not the case for alcohol?
I think it's a very different business. I think it's consistent for places for patrons to go to a restaurant, have a drink there, perhaps go to a bar next door. So they're actually attracted by that. So I do think it is different. But I think the most important thing here is this is not us saying we cannot have more licenses here. I think it's more an urge to table the discussion and find out what other cities are doing. My concern is Flagstaff being first. So if Flagstaff's the one and only city that social equity licenses can come to, those people are coming. And it's not 1 or 2, it's gonna be 8, 9, or 10. It's as many that can open up. They unfortunately have nowhere else to go. But I think if Flagstaff gives it time, other cities will have very meaningful conversations. You'll start to see each city slowly open up, which I think will make a big difference. As Steve pointed out, nobody's moved to Flagstaff previously. They could have over the past 9 years. Nobody's come. It's a small town. We're ecstatic to be here. We love to be here. We want to stay here. But the reason other dispensaries haven't moved to the small market is it doesn't make sense. The handicap would be if you have nowhere else to go, you have to come here, and that's what I'm fearful of.
I appreciate your candor.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your time and both you and Steve speaking so far. I appreciate your insight and your work in our city. I do struggle with the 8, 9, 10, and I think that that's something that we can adjust is those radiuses that create that perimeter and that buffer. I think it could look a lot more like 3, 4, 5, realistically, rather than 8, 9, 10. And you know that better than I do in terms of realistically what a business would do, and what makes sense. My understanding from, I think, my conversations with Steve is that it's probably more like 4 or 5, give or take, But regardless, I really do sympathize with the argument of being first. That is one that, I'm trying to think if I even have a question here, but I think I just wanted to respond to the 8, 9, 10 piece, and I guess I'll leave our discussion to our discussion, but I appreciate the mayor's questions, because I do feel similarly in regards to, saturation and the idea of just because we're allowing for more doesn't make that. We'll get into it in a minute, but I appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Dave Spillman.
Council and Mayor, thank you very much for being here and working for our fine city of Flagstaff. I'm Dave Spillman. I'm also with High Mountain Health, but I'm also, since we opened this business about 10 years ago, I've worked in the consulting arm. I've worked in multiple different arms of the cannabis world. I've worked in lighting and reducing the carbon footprint of the business and whatnot. That's taken me to all reaches of this beautiful country of ours. And I've worked with several different licensees and whatnot, so kind of get an idea or a picture of who these players are, right? And when we're talking the social equity, that gives us all a warm feeling. Correct? Oh, sorry. That gives us a warm feeling, right? We all want to do what's socially equitable, right? And that, really, if we look at how these licenses came on, they were sued, certain populations sued municipalities to gain access to this, correct? But what's happened, and what has happened in every state, is that these social equity license holders don't have the funding and can't get the funding to build these operations out. So they saddle up with larger companies. And then they get bought out and pushed out. So then we don't have any social equity. Social equity was supposed to take our licensees and have them as a direct reflection of their communities, right? That's what the social equity was all about. It was to give licenses to the people in the neighborhoods that they lived in, right? And so what we're getting here is really quite the opposite. We're getting big players from out of country, or out of our state, coming into our city and pushing it. If you want to look at an example of a good social equity license, look at High Mountain Health. High Mountain Health is 100% owned by Flagstaff locals. We've all been here. We didn't come here for the business. We were here, we started it, we kept it here. We employ about 65 employees in Flagstaff. And it's a struggle, as you guys know, with the minimum wage and stuff like that. Even with marijuana, it's a struggle. There's a lot of encumbrances that come up on us in taxation and whatnot. So bringing more stores in isn't necessarily going to help us. Where you could help is maybe pause and help us with the playing field that we have now. We have a flourishing black market in Flagstaff. There's rumors that they're outgrowing us, a licensed place. Even on the street that we have our cultivation on, there's 2 illegal grows on. That would help us. That would help the taxation, right? And that would help us raise, all ships together. And so I'd ask you guys to consider, put a pause on this. Let's think about it a little bit more. Let's talk a little bit more before we move forward. That's all.
Thank you. Andy, yes, Councilmember Salas.
Could you expound on your recommendation in terms of addressing the black market?
The black market, there's a gray market and a black market, and there's the caregiver grows that we have, and people can grow. You can go grow at your house. You can grow up to 12 plants yourself at your house legally, right? But as a caregiver, you can sign up people and you can grow for them. And so there's multiple of these caregiver grows that have grown bigger than they really are. Their legs aren't underneath them. So they're just basically growing illegally and then saturating the market as well. So I would suggest starting there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Andy Fernandez?
Yes, Andy Fernandez. I didn't hear anybody else say their address or anything, and that's part of the protocol here, actually. Born and raised in Flagstaff, 2602 Main Street. Also ran for mayor. I also ran for congressman, and I also discussed some of these variables like affordable housing. With Adam Shimoni, when I gave him rights to Sky Harbor, we discussed all these variables on several occasions. Yet he sold out and went into there was no affordable housing because of him and Coral. And I actually campaigned for her like 2 occasions. The last time I didn't. And this scenario now, he's talking about saturating more business again. That's because Adam's in a scenario where he's probably looking at getting some money. That's what it looks like to me, but Adam, I'm gonna tell you straight out. I call it like it is. You already know that. And you've been selling out for the last several years. I campaigned for you. I put ads for you, but you sold out. That affordable housing is a lie. So with this scenario, I oppose this from the get-go. We should not facilitate any marijuana facilities. I'm opposed to it all 100%. But since we have it here now, I have to go with the last 3 individuals, exactly what they stipulated. And we also have a situation here where the Senate, we have a couple of senators who just stipulated they're looking at passing legislation, facilitating, addressing legislation on the Senate to pass legislation to disallow anybody that has the medical marijuana card to get firearms, specifically the semi-automatic and automatic weapons, because this is a scenario that has been facilitated to constitute violence. And therefore, you need to look at that as well. We don't need more violence in Flagstaff. We don't need no more violence in Arizona. To put 5 million people in the state of Arizona in 20 years on an affordable housing lie, bringing people from California, tell them you can get nice 3-bedroom, 2,300 square foot house with 2 bed, 2 bath. Crime? Civil tickets. There ain't no crime here. We got a certified school district, certified hospital. We got everything that a big city has, but with a small town atmosphere for your children. And so we destroyed Arizona. We have no water. Yeah, like I said, we had the issue with the scenario with the flooding out here. Like I said, I took photos and videos. I sent this, Paul, I sent you a couple of messages. I haven't had a chance to show you videos yet because I had family emergencies. I've been out of town off and on. That's basically the last year and a half. But yeah, like I said, that was another manipulated scenario where I was out there on 4th Street and I just happened to see a TV crew and 3 water trucks out there with the that flooding organization, the county and city flooding group. And they were taking video to stipulate, hey, we need this money situated. I have video stipulating where this big track hose made some holes right behind Killip School that allow the water to come in. This was beforehand, a year and a half. Yeah, so like I say, I think there's another scenario where they've facilitated putting in the a system to go ahead and funnel the water into the first Main Street to Rose Street corridor, which that's why we had the biggest disaster. Plus, we have canals all over Phoenix that address this issue. We only have one here.
Thank you,
and
Andy.
we address that issue too.
It's nice to see. All right, do we have any online participants? Okay, thank you. With that, I certainly have some questions for staff, but want to open this up to the council for any questions you may have of staff. Okay, I'll start us out because we did get into, this is for Mr. Fensel. Hearing that the discussions about Flagstaff being the first city, to my understanding, there are other cities and counties that are also allowing adult use. Would you mind listing those off for us?
Sure, Mayor. Let me pull up that information, and I will let everyone know that we received this information from some colleagues down in the Valley and in Tucson. Tiffany did try to confirm this information with the jurisdictions that are identified, and I don't think she was able to speak with anyone, but so I just want to throw that out there, that this is the best information we have. And according to this information, the jurisdictions that currently allow adult use only or don't require a dual license to operate would be Avondale, Glendale, Maricopa County, Payson, Santa Cruz County, Tempe, and Pima County.
Thank you. So that's the 2 largest counties population-wise now in the state that are allowing this. All right. I have other questions, council. You can jump in. I got a decent amount just to help clarify some things. Also, so we've actually been in these discussions since January 2021, if you remember. And I did look it up on the agenda. It was presented for us of this year's discussion. But in fact, at this point, we have had over a dozen public meetings between the City Council itself, as well as Planning and Zoning Commissions, regarding this issue and what regulations we put in place. And in fact, back in March of 2021, we're even mentioning, hey, let's put a pause, let's see what happens with social equity licenses. So I want the public to know that we have been talking about this in a public manner since January 2021 at many, many meetings, and wanted to clarify that. I do have, I'm sorry, I have my notes somewhere here. Because I did want to address the issue with the fast tracking. Another question was regarding the smell of marijuana, which has been another question and complaint of the community of the potential for if more shops are opened. Do we have an anti-smoking ordinance in place that includes marijuana along with tobacco in our public lands?
Mayor and Council, the anti-smoking ordinance does address marijuana, tobacco, as well as vaping.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to get a clarification from these questions. And I also wanted to recall, so I know the number is hard to really differentiate with how many charter schools popping up and so forth, but I seem to recall the last time we spoke about this in May, what it was looking like was 3 to 5 was the estimate. When you account for not just the distance from dispensaries, but from Coconino Community College and AU, charter schools, churches, et cetera. If you could verify that for me, Kevin Finsel.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. We did look at that a little bit. I think the focus, where we focused was on the separation requirements from the different dispensaries, because it's hard to locate all of the different establishments that have a separation requirement. But in speaking with some other members of staff, that was our best estimate. But again, it can always change, because whenever something opens, then you have a separation requirement all of a sudden. So that was our best estimate, I guess I could say.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I had was about that 2,500 feet. I don't think we would want to put in an ordinance that would disaffect current dispensaries' 2 locations. What is the distance there? So if, rather than doing 2,500 feet, if it was 2,400 feet, would that then not interfere with what they're doing? Because we're talking 2,000 and discussing 2,500, but that might disaffect
I
grow
haven't
operations.
measured the exact distance. I think at that point, it'd just probably be best to leave it at 2,000 would be my recommendation.
Okay, I do see Ryan's hand up. If you would like to come up just to clarify on that specific question, I'd appreciate it. For that, just that question though.
Sure, very specifically that question. So we've already moved, so that building it's basically empty. We're not using it for anything marijuana related at all right now. So having the 2,500 foot requirement would not impact our business at all. As soon as we moved to Route 66, that building was vacant.
Okay, thank you for
Sure.
clarification. Now,
Thank
I was under the, I had heard that it might be the grow area, cultivation area in the future, and I didn't want that
Nope,
type of
that's-
restriction to be
That's
effective.
inaccurate. We use it for storage, and we have a lease on it. It's just will be storage. It will not be anything marijuana related.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for that.
Can I ask on this specific?
Councilman McCarthy?
I have a question on this specific point. It would seem that people would be grandfathered in. In other words, if you had an existing business and we changed this rule to, that wouldn't say, oh, an existing business would have to close down because they're already there.
You are very correct, Mr. McCarthy.
And similarly, if a daycare center decided to build close to a dispensary, that wouldn't have any effect on the dispensary because, again, they're already there. And I presume it also would not preclude the daycare center from locating anywhere they wanted, regardless of how close they were to a dispensary. True?
Councilmember McCarthy, that is true. So a daycare center could come in after the fact and move in closer to a dispensary.
All right. Thank you, Tiffany and the mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas?
I mean, if you're done with all your questions, Mr. Mayor.
I am for now, so please.
Okay,
go ahead.
thank you. Mr. Finstel, so in your research, do you know of any social equity license holders that open an establishment within the state of Arizona?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We did contact some of our colleagues and a couple other planners down in the valley and in Tucson, and we were told that no one is aware of one opening. That doesn't mean one isn't in the planning stages at this time, but right now, the word that we're getting is no social equity license holder is open an establishment.
Thank you. As a local government organization, can we as City of Flagstaff prevent a dual licensee currently operating in another jurisdiction from relocating to Flagstaff?
No, and then I think that was what one of the public commenters was talking about when, for the last few years, I think he mentioned 9, that may be correct. establishments or dispensaries have been able to move even before Prop 207. And they just, no one's moved up here. So yes, we've been open for movement for a few years and we haven't seen another dispensary move into the jurisdiction.
But in terms of jurisdictional authority, can we prevent a dual licensee currently operating in another jurisdiction from moving, relocating their business to Flagstaff?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Finsel.
No problem. I was a little more blunt with the second answer there.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to just start off by expressing acknowledgement and appreciation to all the public commenters that have spoken tonight, along with those who have emailed us. We've had a lot of emails coming through, and I just want to acknowledge all the public engagement and express appreciation. That's, you know, we work for you, right? And I appreciate when people speak up, regardless of which side you're on and of a topic. I do want to acknowledge, Andy, it's good to see you. I'm not making any money from any decision I'm making up here, but just wanted to state that, and that's fine. But I do appreciate all the public engagement. So, yes, in regards to the fast tracking that we've been accused of, I don't think it is true that we're fast tracking anything here, but I do think that, you know, we're wrestling with change, right? We're wrestling with this idea of something different. And it might feel like fast tracking, but I think it's just the friction of change and something new. Councilmember Salas, you asked my question about if any have been built across the state, and the fact that none have been built would make us potentially one of the first if we were to approve. But through your other questions about, you know, if we regulate businesses and whatnot, that's where my mind goes to throughout this entire conversation. But having the current situation that we're in now and talking about opening it up really to the market, we do have an opportunity to pump the brakes and take it a little bit slower without, you know, negatively impacting business or, you know, violating anything that is, you know, currently happening within city limits. So I think my question right now, Kevin, is just, I know that the social equity licenses have an 18-month window to be utilized. Can you remind me and the council how many months have already gone by? How much time is left on the clock for these licensees to utilize what they have?
Sure. I'm going to pull up something here really quick, but I think the drawing was in April. You're probably seeing some of the people in the audience nod, that they probably know it off the top of their head. But let me check really quick. I think
so about 4 months ago, giving us another, and I see heads nodding, so 14 months left. And I'll go ahead and just share my share where I'm at with the council and the committee. I don't mind pumping the brakes and taking our time with this. I do see value in not being the first, and I also see value in being the first, you know, so. But just given the amount of public engagement and outcry and very much, you know, asking us to take it slow, I'm not opposed to that. But then at the same time, when Tiffany puts the map up and we see those two dots very much concentrated in one part of town, near our downtown, it does raise a concern that, you know, this is not a diverse business operation around town. This is very much concentrated in our core, which is not a bad thing either, but I think there's opportunity to grow. And anyways, Kevin, do you have anything to add about the timing? I know you and I have talked about them potentially expanding that window as well, but that's uncertain.
Yeah, that's just my thought. I will just say that the rule right now says they have to open within 18 months. But I would not be surprised. I mean, if I'm a social equity license holder and I wasn't seeing a lot of jurisdictions open, I mean, as the mayor pointed out with his question, there are some jurisdictions open. But there may be a push to extend that deadline. I just wouldn't be surprised by that, but I don't know for sure.
So I think I'll close by just saying, you know, it'd be interesting if we were able to contact some of those jurisdictions and find out if any are in the works, because we just don't know. They might be opening up next week. We just don't know yet. But it'd be interesting to know what's coming in, where, and how. That's all from me. Thank you.
Sure, and I can respond to that really quick, Councilmember Shimoni. I guess we'll say we're in luck. There's actually an Arizona Planning Association conference this week. That's actually where I'm at right now. Tiffany will be down here tomorrow, and we'll be surrounded by planners from other jurisdictions, and we'll be able to ask those questions. So we can make it a point to reach out to some of those jurisdictions that we believe have opened the door to recreation only. And we'll just ask them if they're hearing anything or if anything is in the works to being open, and we can get back to you with that. Tiffany can.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Tiffany, I'm wondering, have you had anyone inquire about dual licenses in Flagstaff?
I've not had anyone inquire about dual licenses. I've had a couple of inquiries about if we are going to allow the recreation only. Not more than.
Thank you.
A handful.
All right, any other questions? I'm going to give my comments as well, because I feel like there's a method forward that we can get behind. I've been in discussions with some of the other cities that are considering this, particularly on how do we prevent the big box office type marijuana stores around? How can we make sure that this is a public process? And I recently got a more draft about the opportunity to put conditional use permits into our zoning code around marijuana, which would automatically require a public meeting to come before council to discuss before they can move forward with what they're doing. I would like to be able to share that information with our city attorney. This just came recently, so I haven't had a chance to sit down with you yet for it. But it does specifically change 4 different parts of our code pretty succinctly and just creates an automatic, city council hearing is automatic for a marijuana establishment, a conditional use permit. And the appeals of permits and other approvals, which gives the city council the authority to hear any conditional use permits, commercial zone lists where it can be, et cetera, that will help with this. And I do have that draft language for Flagstaff I would like to be able to share if council is willing for us to direct staff to take a look at it. Because obviously that will take a little staff time to assess.
And also, in conversations that Kevin and I have had, I know that Pima County has gone with something similar to, they don't necessarily, not every jurisdiction calls them a conditional use permit. They're called different things in different locations. I just want to remind that a conditional use permit, by definition, is actually a permitted use. The intention of a conditional use permit specifically is to require or deal with some kind of mitigation that's specific to that use that needs to be handled through conditions of approval. And so, I mean, as the zoning code manager, I tend to guard our code fairly heavily in terms of adding conditional uses. So I would just recommend that you look at it in terms of when you look at a conditional use permit, there are very specific findings. Those findings are very development oriented. It may not achieve what it is you're looking to achieve. So it isn't a yes, no, we like it, we don't like it. It's you come in, you meet the code requirements, you're getting the permit. So it's an additional step. It's a $3,000 fee. You generally have to go through a site plan approval, and doing a site plan approval on a building, you add a lot of process and a lot of time and a lot of staff resources on something that you may or may not get what you really ultimately want. And it's the conversation we have all of the time as we ask ourselves, oh, let's just throw a CUP on that. It seems like an easy fix, but those findings don't always get us where we want to be with a conditional use permit. So I wanted to leave that there about conditional use permits. That's the direction you give me, that's the direction I'll go. But just so you know how we treat conditional use permits.
Certainly, but that does make it required to be a public process.
It does.
And a more thorough review from the city.
Sure, and with those public processes, just remember that there are very specific findings that need to be addressed and met. And if those findings are addressed and met, then the expectation is that the permit is going to be approved. So sometimes it gives the public a false sense of security. It's not as discretionary as a rezoning case is. So sometimes there is that false sense of, I can come in and be in opposition to a conditional use permit, the same way I can come in and be in opposition to a rezoning, and they're held equally. They're really not. So it goes both ways.
Certainly. But with the public process, we'd be able to ask questions. They'd be up on the stage. We would know who they are, where they're coming from, and can ask questions of it. And in terms of staff time, I certainly respect that. But when we're talking, 3 different stores that could potentially open up in Flagstaff with that process, it's not like we're adding different conditions for, residential neighborhoods and apartment complexes, et cetera, in terms of use of staff time. But I would like to see staff to evaluate the language that is proposed, if council is willing to do so, to see if there's some level of more public process we can have if we do decide to move forward with it. Councilmember Sauls.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your vision of adding a public participation process moving forward with other potential marijuana retail establishments. In addition to, and I am interested in asking staff to look into this, whether it's a conditional use permit or maybe there's another process in our existing code to invoke and add a public participation process as we move forward as a council body to review and approve the new establishments using social equity license or dual licenses.
And we can certainly look at doing that. I mean, public participation process usually involves, we can require the applicant to hold a neighborhood meeting and take comments and concerns. I think the problem becomes for us as staff is how are we dealing with those comments and concerns? I have a code, and that's what I get to enforce as the code manager. So again, a public process where somebody else is making the decision is one thing, and then a public process where then staff is left with the decision. So it does put staff in that awkward position where they might be in conflict with the community, especially if there's a neighbor who has concerns. I'm not saying that people aren't due the knowledge and the information, but it's just what do we do with that knowledge and information, and how do we apply it so that we are making good use of our community's time.
Thank you, Ms. Antol, and I lift you up with great respect and gratitude as our guardian of our code.
Councilmember Shimoni?
No, I'm going to let Councilmember House go first.
Thank you. It wasn't necessary, but thanks. I appreciate it. I just wanted to say I support that idea and looking into this further. One of the things that I'm struggling with a little bit in this conversation is some of the language that we're using in terms of the idea of those people coming to our community, or the expression of hesitation to embrace change in a city that embraces innovation. But I also feel that if we have room to pause and look at these things, then it certainly behooves us to do so. I just want to make sure that as we're looking at any sort of changes for the city, we're taking that time to actually look at what all of the implications are. And certainly I still have questions about the implementation and the impact of social equity licenses, if they are actually having the impact in terms of equity that was proposed with them. And it seems like that's another question that we certainly have more time to look into what that means. But I'm supportive of the idea of looking into how we can codify some of this, how we can support the community voice in examining what you're proposing. And I really appreciate the efforts that went into discovering that option and bringing that forward. So I'm eager to pursue that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni, and then Councilmember Aslan has a C in the chat.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I support the idea of exploring the CUP and what other cities are doing. I also hear Tiffany loud and clear that even with the CUP in more of a public process, that's not going to say that we can deny a company from coming up. There'll just be more of a process that's publicly engaging, which I do see value in. I am also very intrigued by what Councilmember Salas said about review and approving businesses and what kind of power council might have in that. And I'm sure that's going to spark legal conversations, but we can cross that bridge when we get there. But that could be part of the follow-up as well, in my opinion. And I'm just thinking out loud here, but, kicking this down maybe 3-4 months while still giving social equity licenses a chance to utilize it within the 18-month window, but yet maybe giving some time to pass to see if any open up across the state and for us to learn about the real impacts that Councilmember House was talking about that social equity. And I agree with you, Councilmember House, when I hear those people, them, but then we distribute our products to those people too. So should they not carry our stuff, but we can carry, you know what I mean? But regardless, yeah, I think I see what's going on here, and I think we just need a little bit more time. Thank you.
Councilmember Aslan.
Hi, thank you. So, yeah, I guess it's time to weigh in on this, and this is the appropriate moment for me to sort of share my thoughts. I'm a no vote. I do not want to see these social equity licenses become available here in Flagstaff to be used. If we want to delay this and have more of a conversation, it's sort of irrelevant from my perspective. I did hear Tiffany loud and clear. CUP process is not going to provide us an opportunity to deny any permits. I really don't think that these extra licenses are in Flagstaff's best interest, and I'm just going to be a solid no on allowing them into town. I'm open to the idea of the current dispensaries having longer hours, but I'm also, as much as I'm on the fence about that, I'd rather not see that happen either. And just to finish my thoughts here, there's suddenly some conversations about terms like those people going around. I haven't seen anything like that. This isn't a conversation about those people or these people. This is just it has nothing to do with making sure that certain types of individuals are only distributed downtown and not elsewhere. I take issue with that. This is about one of the speakers talked about marijuana advertising all over town all the time. I agree that we shouldn't have a situation like I've seen in Colorado and in California where pot dispensaries are on every corner, or as dense as they would be here in Flagstaff based off of the current math. The two that we have, I think, are appropriate, and it's a good start for our community, and we should leave it there for the time being. So that's my pretty determined position. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Sweet.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight, and for those online and those who emailed. This has been a great discussion. I have a somewhat unique perspective. I opened up my shop 22 years ago in downtown, and I was the second clothing store. And part of me feels like, what if I were to say, hey, I don't want any more clothing stores to come into downtown? I wrestle with that, and I'll be very honest. However, I do not want Flagstaff to turn into Colorado or California. I can safely say that. And another part of me is thinking about the equity issue and just making sure that if we do move forward, that we take steps to make sure that new locations are not concentrated in one area. So for me, a larger radius would be, or a larger separation, thank you, would be necessary for me to have this a go. I'm okay with taking a pause if that's what council desires. And there's a conference happening right now. Tiffany, you're going down. I'd like to get a report back on that, and that might, further the discussion and my decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman McCarthy and then Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mayor. On the issue of letting them stay up until 10 o'clock, I'm okay with that. There's a lot of nomenclature changes and name changes and blah, blah, blah. I think what this all boils down to is that we're trying to allow so-called social equity licensees to come to town. I don't feel that a person's previous marijuana convictions should be a reason to get a marijuana sales license. I have not heard anybody else say that, but that's how I feel about it. And because of that, I'm a no vote on the second and third items on the agenda tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas.
One last thing. As far as for the reasons that Ms. Antal eloquently stated, I do not support the idea of adding a CUP. I mean, all that will do is slow the process down. It won't have any impact on what really happens. It'll just slow it down, cost more money, and I don't support that.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with respect to the first item, in terms of amending the hours of operation and to extend it till 10 p.m., I mean, I would support that. With regard to the other two items, I feel the need to gather more information. I do value the public participation process and the several meetings we've had as council, but in the light of the fact that there's the Planning Association conference going on, and next week most of us are attending the Arizona League of Cities and Town conference, and also with the intent of adding a public participation process where council can evaluate the location of a new marijuana retail establishment, as well as I would support the Vice Mayor's recommendation in increasing the radius for separation, and also leaving to the spirit of equity. I would propose to defer the last two items in 2 weeks. I don't know when is our next calendar.
So you're saying to delay this 2 more weeks? Okay.
We have our next regular
Mayor and Council.
first reading.
Right, if I might jump in just on that, I don't know that it would be best to set a specific time to come back on this. As Councilmember Shimoni mentioned, there may be another social equity licensee open up somewhere else in the state. There could be some things happen. I just think there's quite a bit of information to be sorted through here. If council is going to ask us to hit pause, maybe it would just be best to come back when staff is prepared after looking at that option or other options if that's the direction we're going to go. But while I'm speaking also, the first item on hours could be decided tonight. But as far as hitting pause to a date certain, that's not necessarily a requirement here tonight.
Mr. Attorney, is it a postponement then?
Yes, it would just be a motion to postpone items F and G, but you could still act on E. and it would be a postponement indefinitely.
Well, I would support postponing, especially with this regional planning meeting while we're gathering more information about what's going on. I know some of the information we just got in the last 48 hours for where the other counties and so forth that are opening up right now. So I think some fact-finding, some also public processes to discuss this to make sure that, there's a lot of rumors flying around about this situation, and being able to explain to the public that nobody up here is looking to put a marijuana shop on every corner is an important thing to be able to communicate to the public before we make a decision on this. Ms. Antle, were you wanting to?
Just that I honestly did not receive most of these public comments, so if someone could share them with me, that would also help.
We got about 90 to forward to you.
I honestly have 3. I have 3 emails, so I feel like I'm in a much different position, and I'm not able to adequately respond to public comment when I don't receive them.
Certainly, I can definitely forward that on to you. With that, though, I do want to mention, I'm not looking for 3 to 4 months, and I'm not looking for 2 weeks, but sometime in there that's reasonable, that people are still paying attention, we can have the conversations and keep the ball rolling here, given the timeline with social equity licenses. In addition, I will point out again that 3 different counties have opened up: Pima, Maricopa, and Santa Cruz County. If Coconino County opens up, then they'll put a shop outside city limits like already exists that we get 0 tax revenue from, 0, and still is used by those within city limits, and we don't get the revenue that we're using towards doing great things like, the helping with public safety dollars. So if we're not getting the benefit while it's still creating, negative externalities, we need to make sure that we're not putting the pause button on for too long. So with that, I think we're all to formalize it, a motion to postpone both agenda items 11F and G, and then we'll go to the hours.
Mr. Mayor, were there any further public comments?
We do have one for the hours of operation, so I'll go to it with that. So with that, I have a motion on the table to postpone.
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Now we are going to move on to the hours of operation. We do have one more public commenter, and then we can take a motion thereafter. Andy Fernandez.
Okay, I like Mr. Aslan said about no on the equity license. Scenarios, you now separate them. This is ridiculous. Now, my scenario is, I disagree with you, Paul. Yeah, okay, you put them outside the city limits. Big deal. I say, this is to this. I say, there's other scopes of the scenarios. Like I said, the Senate, a couple of senators are looking at passing legislation. I just told you about this because of the harmful scenario of the impact. The scenario here from the last 16 years is crime has increased dramatically in the state of Arizona. A lot of it has to be facilitated because of people who are facilitated using drugs. Actually, there's a scenario here where I know very well about this. I addressed this issue several times here. In 2007, there was a big meeting when they first were talking about bringing this to the state of Arizona. And there was the meeting to go get the permits and all the information at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. So now I've had people come and talk to me regarding this because everybody knows I'm a political activist here. I ran for congressman and I ran for mayor here several years ago, and a county board of supervisor, justice of the peace. Now the scenario here is I'm also an Army veteran, U.S. Army veteran. I've served my country, and I can say I know about military hardware and I know about violence. Now the scenario is we have a situation where our crime has increased exponentially. It's appalling, and this is due because of the drug use. You see these people, a lot of these people that are doing these mass shootings, Uvalde, violent video games, and getting high, and that's what's bringing this country into the toilet. So we need to address this, and we need to actually bring back the death penalty for people who are. If we would have had this death penalty for dealing, we'd have a non-existent scenario with violence. regarding that particular scenario. There'd be violence, but it'd be different scenarios. But with adequate judicial legislation to lock these people up for 30 years, not 2 years. You kill 5, 7 people, but you're only going to do 4 years? Come on. No. You put them, like I say, I'm a capital punishment individual, and I would say, we alleviate the scenarios in the prison scenario, and privatizing is just another political game with the other individuals making money, the private sector, and same thing here. Because in this scenario here, these people paid $5,000 for non-refundable permits. 85% of the Arizonans on this facility scenario that went to the Arizona Cardinal Stadium, there was 43% of those 85% that actually paid that money and never got any refund. But who acquired who acquired these establishments? Like everybody said here, Mr. Thompson and the other two gentlemen. The people who got them were people from out of state, Colorado, and other big places, Humboldt, Oregon, and in California. And you're bringing in big bosses, and that's appalling. Like I say, I don't condone marijuana usage, but I'd rather have a local, small mom and pops, because we've been destroying mom and pops with all these monopolies.
Thank you,
Thanks to
Andy.
the Republican monopoly system.
So up for discussion is the hours of operation for the marijuana dispensaries, which would be extending the hours from 7 p.m. till 10 p.m. allowed within the city limits. And as we've already been discussing this, unless there's further comment, I'll make a motion to extend the hours from 7 p.m. till 10 p.m. and to read ordinance number 2022-18 by title only for the first time.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember McCarthy. Any further discussion? Oh, Councilmember Salas.
Yeah, I just want to provide a space for, because I want to bring up the concern of one of our speakers earlier in addressing the black market. Perhaps this can be looked into by staff as part of the research that that goes with the previous items, F and G, but to see if there's any jurisprudence and existing practices or policy in the country or in Arizona in addressing the black market for marijuana retail. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Oh, we do have the motion on the table currently. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
That motion carries 6-1. City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title 10 Flagstaff Zoning Code, Division 10-40.60, specific to uses, Section 10-40.60.220 marijuana establishments, subsection C, hours of operation, for marijuana dispensaries, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
All right, thank you. That brings us down to agenda item 12, the Bond Public Outreach Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, Senior Deputy City Manager. Just pulling up the presentation now. So this evening, we'll be discussing and sharing information in relation to the bond outreach. We've been working on this for staff for several months since you approved the 2 bond measures. So we're going to talk a little bit about what we have planned. I'd like to begin by just pointing out who our bond outreach team members are. There's quite a few from housing, from the fire department, from water services, the city manager's office, management services, as well as sustainability and our Discover Flagstaff team, and then our New Point marketing team as our consultants. So it's just a great group of experts who've been sharing some terrific information and wanted to make sure that we recognize them in all their work. To begin tonight's discussion, wanted to point out for you what the outreach goal and objectives are. Our purpose is to educate our voters on Proposition 441 and 442. We want to help the voting public understand the needs, the community needs, and how these propositions are going to help address those needs. We want to build an understanding on how the GO bonds or general obligation bonds work and the financial impacts should these propositions pass. We will be using consistent language, so that way we're limiting confusion. We don't want folks to think we're talking about multiple things when it's really just one thing. And lastly, we'll be offering information through a variety of channels, which you'll see here in a moment, to make sure it's accessible to all demographics. And depending on how people like to receive their information, they'll be able to hopefully find information about Prop 441 and 442 in that method. So here are the various outreach methods that we have discussed and have planned out over the next few months. One of the first items is the bond logo. You'll see that shortly in the presentation. The goal is to create familiarity, to recognize what folks are talking about when you see that logo. So that was one of the very first things that we worked on. And as a result, created a website. We've got the publicity pamphlet that we'll talk about here shortly, presentations. We've got various materials. We'll also talk about various advertising methods, as well as then communication to Flagstaff groups and organizations. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the screen. I just wanted to have you see it in one place, but we're going to go into more detail on each one of these items here. So the bond website, this is actually what the first page of the website looks like. One of the things you'll see in the pamphlet, as well as all of our materials, is a QR code. We want people to easily get to the website to be able to find out more information about the bonds, Proposition 441 and 442. So they can get it through the QR code or also visiting flagstaffbonds2022.com. I'm going to turn it over to Stacy so she can talk about our pamphlet.
Thank you, Shannon. Good afternoon or good evening, Mayor and Council. Stacy Salzberg, City Clerk. A big tool for our voter education about bonds is our publicity pamphlet. The pamphlet is an unbiased document that is focused on educating the public, and as such, it has provided a really good foundation for the development of the messaging that's part of all of these outreach efforts that you're going to hear about. A publicity pamphlet is required anytime there are bond questions presented to the voters. The pamphlet is mailed to every household in Flagstaff that has a registered voter. To provide some context to that, our last election cycle in 2020, our pamphlet was mailed out to 28,000 residences. So it's a pretty broad exposure. The pamphlet will contain general voting information, such as important dates, polling place locations, and information on how to vote early if that is desired by a voter. Beyond the general information, we provide a sample ballot for the mayor and council race, as well as sample ballots for each proposition question. We also provide personal statements from the candidates who qualified through the petition process. Relevant to our bond questions, the group that Shannon mentioned, in addition to some outside legal bond counsel, we all met collectively over the course of about a month to collectively develop the information that's found in the pamphlet. And so a huge shout out to them. So not only is this outreach effort going to be a tremendous lift, but getting this publicity pamphlet to its final form was significant. And we had some excellent people at the table to provide really good information that's easy to understand and that will help voters get the information and the education that they need in order to make a really good informed decision. The pamphlet contains a significant amount of information, including legally required information about bonding, such as how bonds are repaid, the total cost of the requested amounts, interest rates, and the like. We also include this year a frequently asked questions section that is very specific to geo bonding to help voters better understand how that process works and to answer some general questions. Each bond question has a separate section within the pamphlet, and each question is broken down into the individual components of that question. So if you recall, the Proposition 441 is talking about stormwater, wastewater, wildfire infrastructure. So there is a section for each one of those pieces that provides a general overview of the specific question, which is essentially answering the why. Why are we asking the voters to consider these questions? We also include a description of what's included within each of those, and then the community benefit. The pamphlet also includes statements in support or against the ballot measures, and those are all printed within that pamphlet. So currently the pamphlet is in its very final stages of production and is scheduled to be mailed in late September, early October, just in advance of the early voting opening up. So I'm here for any questions about the publicity pamphlet, if needed.
Yeah, is the city, are we going to be able to see the publicity pamphlet before it's mailed out?
Once I get a final version approved by our production company, I can send that out to you. It will also be posted on the website.
Okay,
But
great,
it,
'cause I have a
but
lot
it
of
will not
people
come to
asking
council
questions.
in this format
Yeah.
to see. But yes, I can send that to you once it's fully in its final format.
Cool, appreciate it.
Great. Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Heidi Hansen, Interim Deputy City Manager. I'm going to talk a little bit about what Shannon Anderson alluded to in that one slide about all the things that we're doing to do outreach. The first thing is our bond logo. As you'll see, we decided to have Ralph Schmidt, our Creative Services Manager, help with this since he has the background in doing so many logos. And we also put this together with careful consideration from the bond committee that Shannon shared earlier, that list of names. And what we wanted to do was we wanted to create a brand that somebody would instantly recognize. And so I think that you see a lot of things going on with this logo. You basically know that we're talking about Prop 441 and 442. That involves housing, wildfire, flooding, and wastewater. And then we also want to direct them to the website. So I think it's pretty clean, it's pretty clear, and we spent a lot of time going over that to make sure that it would be easily recognized. What we're also going to be doing is a lot of printed and electronic materials, like a rack card that you see here. We will definitely have this rack card also in English and Spanish, so that the front side will be English, back side Spanish, however you want to use that. We also will make sure that the rack card, as you see, has that recognizable logo. It also has a QR code. The QR code will take them to a video. I know that you're excited, Councilmember Shimoni. And what that video does is kind of explains a little bit more about the bonds. And I'm going to let Sarah Langley tell you about the videos. So I know you're going to be chomping at the bit, but we're going to wait on that. And then we're going to print about 10,000 of those rack cards so that we can get those out all over. Also in advertising, it's a long list. We're going to actually utilize all of our local media. We're going to be in the Arizona Daily Sun, Navajo Observer, and the Flagstaff Business News. Some of these are monthly publications, so they have a very long shelf life, while others, like the Daily Sun, are a daily publication, so we will have to put multiple ads in because we are trying to get the audiences at different times. We are definitely going to stick to the highest circulation days, Wednesdays and Sundays, and we also, with all of those ads, get digital advertising as well. So that goes on all the time, featuring all the time. On those ads, we're going to actually not only have the logo again, explanation of the props, but we're going to also do some commonly asked questions and also offer the answer to those questions. But we don't want to tell them everything, right? So we want them to definitely be curious and also go to the website again and get detailed information. Also, go to the QR code. We will also have radio on CAF, which will start September 19th and run right up until election. And we'll have over 120 spots total. So that will be in very crucial day parts, not when you're sleeping. It will definitely be when you are awake and people are listening. We're also going to be doing something with a group called Datify. And if you have questions on Datify, I'm definitely turning this over to Lori Pappas because she's our marketing media relations guru. But it is a mobile advertising ID, and it's a platform where we can actually serve geographically a targeted audience on their mobile devices. And so basically, it's going to get everybody. And then last but not least, you see on the screen a envelope, which is our utilities bill. So we're going to make it short and sweet. We're going to have the logo, and then again, we're going to include the investing in health, safety, and housing, and the two props so that it's recognizable. We will also have displays at several of our city facilities, City Hall, the Aquaplex, the libraries, the airport. These static displays we think are a better idea than having people sit at a table and try to get everyone's attention. And I know if you're like me, I avoid those tables and I try to get away from people. So we decided it would make much more sense to have a static display where they can actually see what this is talking about. They can use the QR code to go to videos, and if that wasn't enough, they can actually get material from that display rack. So they can get rack cards, and then they can also get more of a flyer. So if you're someone that doesn't really like to have to go home and get on your computer, or you don't really have a good ability to do that, you can actually take the printed material with you, and you can actually take it home and read it. We're actually going to have this again in English and Spanish, and we have decided to not do stickers. We were talking as a committee, and we decided that that would be too much of a promotion and not an education, so we are scratching that. And then, I think this is getting close to my last one. We're going to be doing posters and banners. Posters will be for businesses or committees or groups that really want to put something up. We want to have something available for them, and they'll be very short and sweet. Again, recognizable logo, QR code, and then where to go to the website for more information. So those will be available. And then we actually will be doing banners around town and following our sign code. So we will be purchasing those like anybody else would, and we'll definitely be having banners in different strategic locations. And in some cases, we will pose a question and get them thinking, and then we will ask and hope that they will go to the website for more information. So I'm going to move it on to Sarah Langley to talk about a little bit more of this. If you have any questions, I'll come back up. Or go ahead, Councilmember Salas.
Thank you. Shout out to Mr. Ralph Schmidt for a creative guru. I love the logo. A question about, first of all, is the rack card digital that's shareable by email or text?
Sure. We can definitely make that available. All this material can be made available that way.
And speaking, thank you. And speaking of text, I know that may be pricey, but is it something that the team has considered? Text message campaign?
Mayor, Councilmember Salas, would you repeat your question?
Targeted text messages.
Yes, it's happening. Exactly. And we will definitely make sure that you have digital materials as well as the printed materials. Thank you for the question. Okay, Sarah's next.
All right. Thank you, Heidi, and good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'll cover a few additional types of outreach that we have in the works to let the community know about the bonds. The first is videos. So we actually have a series of videos in production, including 3 short videos. So the first is kind of an explanation of what a GEO bond is, what a general obligation bond is. The second video explains Prop 441. And then the third short video explains Prop 442. We also have a longer form video. It's probably going to be about 15 minutes or so, featuring one of our staff members, Jim Huckel, and he is actually providing a tour of the wastewater plants virtually. So we thought that that was important to provide that opportunity to residents. The wastewater plants are very complex in how they function. And so the thought was that that will allow the public to kind of understand the ask of Prop 441 related to wastewater. Spanish subtitles will be available for these videos that you can toggle on and off as a viewer. And we actually have our first video complete, the explainer video. So it's about 2 minutes. If you don't mind, I'll take a minute to play that for you so you can get an idea of what the videos are looking like. So I'm going to go ahead and exit the PowerPoint and take us over to YouTube. And bear with me on the volume. I hope it's not too crazy. Here we go.
This November, Flagstaff voters will see two City of Flagstaff propositions or bond questions on the ballot. Prop 441, which would provide funding for city infrastructure improvements, and Prop 442, which would provide funding to create rental and home ownership opportunities for Flagstaff residents. Before learning about these propositions, you may be wondering, what is a general obligation bond and how do they work to fund projects? Cities build and maintain all types of facilities and infrastructure using taxpayer dollars. Similar to a home mortgage, selling bonds allows cities to build a facility or public infrastructure project now and then pay it off over time. The City of Flagstaff has used general obligation bonds, or GO bonds, in the past to fund projects like the Aquaplex, the Public Works Facility, the new city courthouse, fire stations and equipment, and the purchase of Observatory Mesa for open space. Certain types of bonds, including GO bonds, require voters. By approving a GO bond, citizens agree to pay back the bond over time through secondary property taxes. The City of Flagstaff has a limit on the value of bonds it can issue, and the city is currently paying down existing bonds, which then provides capacity for new debt. Over the past 3 fiscal years, the city has paid down $15 million in bond debt, with another $6 million set to be paid off this fiscal year. For example, the city has recently paid off its previous bonds for fire infrastructure and for the Aquaplex, creating more space for new bonds. By adding new GO bonds as old GO bonds are paid off, new projects can be funded within existing secondary property tax rates. That means if voters approve Propositions 441 and 442, it is anticipated that these new bonds could be paid off with the current secondary property tax rate. To learn more about how GO bond funding would be used to improve city infrastructure and create housing opportunities for Flagstaff residents, visit flagstaffbonds2022.com. Again, that's flagstaffbonds2022.com.
Yeah, that was sweet. Yeah, Councilman. Ready, set, go.
That is a different video.
Councilman McCarthy?
Well, I see people clapping. That means they like it. I don't like it. I think it's very busy, and it's like, it just makes me nervous. Seriously, I mean, that's how it is, and that's just my comment.
Councilmember Schmidt?
Someone a little younger than you.
Maybe it's because I'm old and in the way.
Yep. Time to clear out the old, make new. Just kidding. No, I think it's wonderful. I really do. And our attention span today, especially our younger people, is so in your face right now.
Squirrel.
You have 3 seconds. Exactly. Great video. I think the team's doing a wonderful job. I'm so proud of our progress with videos. This is so wonderful. And I think the effort is really good. My only comment on that video, if there's any room for adjustments, it seems like the closed captioning cuts off, 10 seconds after it started.
I turned it off, but we can leave it
Oh,
on.
perfect. Okay, good.
If you like, yep.
Just because I think a huge percentage of viewers, whether it's on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, typically keep volume off. So even if, I think if it defaulted on, that would be a good thing. I think we'll just reach more people with our message. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and yeah, just to keep in mind, you know, the videos are one type of communication that we're doing to residents, but there are, as Heidi and Shannon and Stacy mentioned, a lot of different things going on. So that was a quick preview of the videos.
This November,
How to go? Okay, next slide. So, in addition to the 4 videos that we just covered, the team has been working on a standardized in-depth presentation that we can give to a variety of different community groups. So the presentation is going to be recorded. It'll just be, you know, a Teams meeting and someone speaking the presentation. And that way it can be uploaded to our website and it can be shared with different groups who maybe want to play it and be able to educate their members and get more in-depth than the short videos that we just covered. The presentation can also be given in person. And we currently have presentations scheduled for the Northern Arizona Association of Realtors, as well as a table at the League of Neighborhoods meeting in September, in addition to more in-person meetings being scheduled. So that's another outreach method. Of course, we're doing social media, including the city's Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram pages. On the screen, you can see some posts that we've previously done, just kind of general information. But we also have a broader informational campaign that'll be starting in September on social media, and that'll feature some of those kind of attention-grabbing questions that Heidi mentioned that encourage people to visit the website to learn more. And then these are our organic postings. In addition, we also have a small budget for paid advertisements on social media, so we'll be covering that as well. And then lastly, we're utilizing our relationships with local media to continue to educate voters about the bonds. This includes an announcement that'll go out shortly to our media partners, letting them know about all the different resources that we covered here tonight, in addition to the announcement of some town hall presentation dates that people can attend. And then lastly, we'll be featuring a guest column or a letter to the editor from City Manager Clifton in our local publications as well. So that's it from me. I think Shannon has one more slide and then we'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this last slide is really talking about the email that we're going to send out to groups with many of the documents that you heard about this evening, to let them know these are available for them. If they'd like to request us to visit for a presentation, we can get that scheduled. But the goal is to make sure that we're sending out as much information as possible so folks have it at their fingertips, and also driving them back to the website so they can learn more about Proposition 441 and 442. So that's all that we have for you this evening. So certainly welcome any questions that you have.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I think everything looks wonderful, and I liked the video. Personally, I thought it spelled things out pretty clearly. The one thing that I would maybe think about, there's nothing that beats neighbor talking to neighbor. So when we do the presentations, if we could somehow, you know, say, please go out, talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors about what you just learned. I think that's the most effective way to get the word out. So maybe adding that to the list.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Shimoni.
I'll go next. Just a couple of things. So I heard September being tossed around as like a date of which we're trying to work within. Is that when, do we have any goals in terms of the timing of the website and the pamphlet being complete?
So the website is already up. That went up last, I think it was last Friday, if I remember correctly. The pamphlet will actually be added to the website maybe end of this week, beginning of next. We'll have the rack card that's being added to the website. The fact sheet's currently being finalized, so that will hopefully be coming up soon. And then as the videos are completed, those will be added as well. So you're going to see a lot of information hitting that website, I think, over the next couple of weeks.
Next 2-3 weeks is what it sounds like.
Yeah,
okay,
those are
that's
the critical
great.
timeframes. Because our first presentation, I believe, is the League of Neighborhoods, and that's on September 12th.
That's great, because I think we're about 7 weeks out from early ballots being dropped. And then just with social media, my 2 cents from my experience with boosting, $1 a day for 30 days plus goes a long way versus just front loading it or, just dropping a lot per day. But just my own personal experience. And then with some of those outreach events that we're planning to do, if a couple of them, maybe we could live stream, even just one, just to have an archive of what one of those events looks like virtually, just for folks to be able to reference later if they're not able to attend one of those in person. I think that could go a long way, but that is all I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. All right, with that, we do have one public participant. Andy Fernandez. And this go around, please stick to the topic of the bonds, or I'll redirect you to talk about the bonds.
Okay, the scenario here is, first of all, you didn't give me enough time, like I said, to speak on the other items. I said, first of all, you're talking about black market, you address that scenario by you dropping the cost of the product, the marijuana, to a certain rate. That's what you should do from the get-go. I said that.
This is, yes, we're
17
agendized
years
to the
ago.
bonds right
So
now.
I wanted to say that. Plus, yeah, okay, 8 p.m. at the latest. Now, when you do these bonds, property tax increases. Therefore, the property owners have to pay more. If you're renting a house, okay, well, that's added on. That's down the line, trickle-down economics, and then renter pays for the extra. So see, now the scenario here, if it's equitable and justified, well, then yeah. But no, the last a couple decades, there hasn't been too many that have been really viable. Like I have a scenario here where affordable housing, 442. Like I said, I took Shimoni down to Phoenix to Sky Harbor several times. We discussed this, but he sold out. He agreed with me all the way along. I told him about this. This is my baby right here. That in 4th Street, the 4th Street overpass. I brought that to the table when I ran for mayor in '95. So now the scenario here is, this is a scenario where you had affordable housing. There's a manipulation by the powers that be, the corruption, and they got these 4th Street housing units, and they started selling for $150,000. The average house in that area at that time, you're talking 24 years ago, was $44,000. $43,000. You're talking about $103,000 increase per average. That's appalling. So now you're talking about these scenarios with affordable housing. I mentioned this 18 years ago. I said by the old dog pound, right off of Butler, straight down 4th Street. Now you guys finally decided to do it, and when it's way higher than it should have been, and it shouldn't move forward on this. Now you have a scenario with the well, the 442 and 441, like saying, you have the equipment for firemen and all that. That sounds great. And, if I was just a greenhorn, I'd jump on and say yes. But the scenario is no. We had the 1998, like I said, I ran for mayor and then I ran for congressman and a couple other scenarios here. We pushed along to get teachers raises. We had a $34 million bond. My buddy, Mr. Phipps, a 16-year tenured teacher, after the election came up to me a year later, says, you know what, I got a $1.90 raise, while the mayor, Chris Babasi's wife, at the administration department got a $28,000 raise, and all the fat administrators, they got all big fat raises. The teachers didn't get doodly squat. They got a little bit of equipment for the students, but they put that propaganda out there with the babies, the children. Hey, you got to get those suckers to vote yes. Come on. So the scenario is, I always vote no on bonds because I know they're being manipulated to line people's pockets, and that's the way it is. So,
Thank you, Andy. Thank you,
oh
Andy.
no, like I said, also scenario is
the
that you should
time's
bring in the
expired at
4th
this
Street
point.
overpass, but on and off ramps. That should have been on the agenda.
Thank you,
Shouldn't be
Andy.
asking this
Thank you,
erroneous
Andy.
prices like you've been trying to facilitate people's down there people's throats. These new people that come
Thank
in,
you.
they don't know anything about it, but us locals have been here over 20 years.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we are down to the next agenda item, future agenda item requests. Citizens petition titled Nuclear Weapons Existential Threat.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Spence. I'm a member of Physicians for Social Responsibility. It's a national organization of healthcare professionals. My organization, plus the Union of Concerned Scientists, has been promoting an initiative for the last couple years called Back from the Brink. It's designed to reduce the existential threat of nuclear weapons to our world. And I brought the T-shirt that promotes this Back from the Brink campaign, and their motto is bringing communities together to abolish nuclear weapons. And at this point, there have been 64 cities and towns that have endorsed this initiative, including our sister city, Tucson. So my request is that the City Council at some future date give a careful consideration to endorsing this initiative. It's a way for our communities to tell the federal government that we want nuclear weapons to be reduced. And just to give you a perspective, if you take the $67 billion annual budget for nuclear weapons, factor that down to the city of Flagstaff population, our median income, that calculates to a $22 million tax bite for Flagstaff taxpayers. So that's my rationale for asking you, the City Council, to hear at length what this initiative involves. It's common sense things that we can tell the federal government about improving our chances of avoiding a nuclear war. I'd be glad to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. And David, thank you for being here and helping bring this forward. I obviously fully value and appreciate what the message and the goal is. It to me sounds like it's a federal priority that could be added to one of our federal priority lobbying priorities, that is. Would you agree that it should be something that the council should consider adding as a federal priority to lobby?
Certainly. The thing about nuclear weapons is that there's a large military-industrial complex that we're all aware of. And the direction that our federal government is going is to drastically increase the funding for nuclear weapons. The proposal under President Obama, President Trump, and now under President Biden is to spend $1.7 trillion over the next 30 years to upgrade all 3 legs of our nuclear triad. And this is the opposite direction in which we should be going. So yes, we can add that to the lobbying agenda, but considering this specific initiative is a way to get attention by our federal representatives.
Thank you.
Other questions, council, or comments? Shimoni?
So I'll just say again, David, I don't think I'm going to support this tonight just because there's so much we're working on at the city, and I personally feel overwhelmed by the amount of work we have on our plate. But I do see a lot of value in this topic and it being one of the discussion points around our federal priorities, legislative priorities. And I think we might be even more effective approaching it that way than through this fair request and citizens petition. But I do want to thank you and those who signed the petition and put time into this, because this is a big threat to our humanity and our civilization, as we all know. But obviously, I'm one member of council, and if there's 3 that want to see this move forward, then so be it.
Councilman McCarthy.
I don't know if I'll support this in the end, but I do support moving it forward to have a discussion on it.
Councilmember House?
I'll agree with that. I'm also interested in having the discussion, but I also agree that it may be something that's better suited for legislative advocacy versus necessarily a resolution from the city. But I'm interested in having the conversation.
All right, well, on behalf, I mean, resolutions and the fair processes can take a long time. And it uses a lot of staff resources to be able to draft, to have it legally vetted and so forth. I'm not supportive of moving forward as a fair item. What I would like to suggest is maybe if you want to send us a letter of support for it, and then we can get that on a consent item, check that item off the box, rather than going through the rigorous process, then you can have a letter of support signed on from council, make it quick and easier through the process, get it to you quicker without having to utilize so much staff time. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this to us tonight. Mayor, I do support your idea. I think that's great. So I would be interested in that letter.
As of now, I'm only hearing from 2 people who want to continue this as a fair item. But please send us, if you want to send us a letter of support, we can see if there's a majority who want, well, there's a majority who want to continue this discussion. And then we can get that on as a consent item and get that out. Sound good?
Thank
All
you,
right.
David.
Yeah, thank you, David. With that, we are down to agenda item 13B. This is a future agenda item request, a citizen's petition titled Protect Abortion Access. Ms. Shapiro.
Thank you. Mayor Daisy, Vice Mayor Sweet, and members of the City Council. My name is Susan Shapiro, and I'm here representing Flagstaff Abortion Alliance, a recently formed coalition made up of local activist groups and concerned citizens. With our petition, we're asking you to take up the matter of protecting Flagstaff residents from possible arrest and prosecution for providing, accessing, or assisting with abortion services. The issue is of great concern to the community as the possibility of a full abortion ban is looming over our state. It is urgent that the City Council take action now. We face a real threat to our abortion rights in Arizona. Even if a full abortion ban doesn't become law, Arizona citizens will still only have 15 weeks into a pregnancy to get assistance with an abortion in this state. The residents of Flagstaff, and particularly the thousands of students who are moving into NAU as we speak, need to know what they are facing if they have an unwanted pregnancy. Abortion services in Arizona have ceased amid the legal confusion. So it's likely that today, people in Flagstaff are terrified to seek help with an unwanted pregnancy. What if a roommate or an abusive partner turns them into police? Will they be arrested and prosecuted? If so, that could spell the end of a job, housing, or schooling. Can someone be surveilled if they reveal that they are considering terminating a pregnancy? Can their phone be searched for evidence of a period tracker? Can they be tailed if they try to go out of state? Can their bank account be searched for evidence of funding from an abortion services group? And what happens when someone turns up to the emergency room needing post-miscarriage or post-abortion care? Will they get the care they need? Is the doctor placing themselves at risk for providing care? Are hospitals and healthcare providers subject to surveillance to detect abortions? And are their licenses at risk? And what about the members of the Flagstaff Abortion Alliance? We're freely offering resources to those who need it. Do we face arrest and prosecution? We understand it's not an easy discussion, but by failing to act, citizens must assume that we are at risk. Other cities, like Tucson, have taken action. I shared some of their resolutions of other cities with the City Council in an email on August 8th. The Flagstaff Abortion Alliance would welcome the opportunity to participate in the discussion, and we hope you will add this to a future agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Council, questions, comments? McCarthy.
Well, I guess I'll comment on this. I believe that a woman should have the right to an abortion under most conditions, not as an absolute thing. And I'd like to support that. I don't know if this petition is asking us to say we won't enforce the law. You know, I mean, a lot of these arguments we just heard should be really made at the state legislature. Of course, I also realize they don't listen too well down there, at least on issues like this. So I just caution us that we can't do anything that's against the law. But other than that, I am supportive of trying to protect access to abortion when it's appropriate. How's that for a wishy-washy statement?
And Councilor McCarthy, I will just state the specific line on the petition, which says, we are asking the Flagstaff City Council to add a future agenda item to discuss protecting Flagstaff residents from possible arrest and prosecution for providing, accessing, or assisting with abortion services. So to my understanding, that means to have a discussion.
Well, I'm
rather
supportive
than
of
asking,
that.
yeah, rather than anything about, not enforcing the law or something to that effect. But that is certainly needs to be part of the discussion. So I'll just say I am in support of moving this forward for a discussion. We have McCarthy as well. Councilmember Shimoni?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and definitely curious to hear what other colleagues have to say about this. I know this is just a fair request through a citizen's petition, but Susan, just wanted to thank you and the Alliance and all those who have been working on this and those who engaged in the petition signing process. And Susan, I want to say thank you for spending your birthday evening with us here at City Hall. Appreciate that, and I definitely am supportive of this fair moving forward, and have a feeling an executive session will be sparked from that future conversation. So heads up, Sterling. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember.
I'm also supportive, and thank you for bringing this to us.
Oh, and then, sorry, I missed Aslan a few minutes ago. Councilmember Aslan?
Thank you. Yeah, you know, I don't want to be wishy-washy about this at all. My answer is that we absolutely need to have this conversation. I very much support moving it forward. I find it a very disturbing and unfortunate conversation that we have to have. But Susan, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I specifically want to thank you for enumerating a lot of the questions you have. These are very serious and dire questions. And we need to be very clear with the public on where the city of Flagstaff stands on this. This is all very uncomfortable. I really wish we didn't need to be here. And I'm echoing the words of J.R.R. Tolkien, who very famously wrote a conversation between Frodo Baggins and Gandalf, where Frodo said, "I wish it need not have happened in my time," said Frodo. And Gandalf responds, "So do I, and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us." And I can't think of a more important conversation that we can have as a city in the context of all of the dire, terrifying existential questions that Susan Shapiro has raised for us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Well, we do have enough direction to move forward here. Councilmember House, were you wanting, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand we have direction, but I just wanted to say thank you, Susan, for bringing this forward, and to all those who were part of bringing this forward. I agree, it's a very important conversation that we have to have, an unfortunate conversation that we have to have, but important nonetheless. So thank you.
All right, with that, Moving right along, do we have another for general public? Okay, just want to make sure before we move on. All right, well then we are down to agenda item 14, public participation. Kyle Inchke.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Mayor, and Council. I'll be super brief. I know we've had a long evening. I just want to invite you all to come out and do some voter registration work with us at NAU's campus this upcoming weekend. We know it's really important. Our students are a huge part of our community. NAU's been around for over 100 years. And this is an opportunity for some of our city officials to show, they care about our NAU students and want to help us get them registered to vote. So we'll be out Thursday, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday would be the best days for you all to join us. We'll be on campus at the University Union from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Feel free to just swing on by, but I also sent a little mobilized link to your all's emails that you can sign up with if you'd like. But looking forward to seeing you on campus this week.
Well,
Thanks,
Kyle. Alrighty, then we are down to agenda item 15, information items 2 from mayor, council, and staff, and future agenda item requests. Since we started with Councilmember Salas last time, Councilmember House, do you want to kick us off?
I have nothing for us this evening, thank you.
Go. Councilmember Shimoni.
Totally thought I had at least 2 minutes to gather my thoughts. Councilmember House. Go ahead. Welcome back, everyone. It's really good to be back in the chambers with all of you and with staff and leadership and the community and the public. And all that go into making council meetings happen. It was a nice break. It was an eventful break. It was a stressful break. It was relaxing, but regardless, we're back here and it's good to be back. And so just wanted to acknowledge leadership both at the city staff level, but in the community and also amongst council members, especially our mayor and vice mayor with all the work around the flooding. The flooding has been a huge, huge topic of interest, and all of your work goes seen by all of us and is appreciated. So real big thank you, Stacy BK, everyone else who's involved, leadership. We really, as a community, appreciate your efforts, and you are seen. I just wanted to mention, I'd like for us to have further conversations at some point about best practices and continued conversations regarding how to handle trafficking in our community. And I know that leadership is thinking about this and planning to bring it back to us at some point. So I'm not going to ask for a fair, but I just wanted to voice that through to and from. And I think I'm just going to leave it there. There's a lot going on, and it's good to be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni, for the acknowledgement. It was a difficult and long summer, not just for those who helped out with the floods, but those who experienced the water flowing, and it was intense. I am happy to be back. It's great to be among my colleagues and those with Team Flagstaff, and I look forward to more great meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, thank you. I'll just mention along the subject of floods, I did go on a self-guided tour with a friend of mine and saw some of the impacts, and they're very serious, and I'm really glad that the city is taking them seriously. As far as the break, I don't feel like I had a break, to be honest. I won't go into any details, but my life was very full over the last couple of months. But it's good to be back here at the dais with my friends and with the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Aslan?
Nothing to add for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas?
So I'd like to share with the council and to the public that soon there will be grant opportunities for neighborhood access and equity grant program. So this is $3 billion. I believe it's under the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. So this information I I received from a presentation from Senator Sinema's office yesterday at the RTAC board meeting, the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council. So stay tuned, Miss Stacy BK Breckler-Nar, so we'll have that grand opportunity soon. And on Friday, it's Flagstaff Aquaplex 14th birthday. So kudos to our Flagstaff Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Events team pros. So Flagstaff celebrate the 14th anniversary of Flagstaff Aquaplex with a membership. So membership will be discounted 25% all day on Friday, August 26th. Registration is in person at the Aquaplex on 4th Street, and free admission all day. So for more information, call 928-213-2300. Happy birthday, Aquaplex.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. And from that, we're going to have another good meeting on Monday next week rather than Tuesday, so the public knows. We switched that so we could be at the National, or the League of City, Arizona, I was getting ahead of myself, right? Arizona League of Cities and Towns. Looking forward to it, to seeing our colleagues talk about a lot of the policies that they're implementing at their other cities and really help troubleshoot a lot of our similar issues we face. So looking forward to it. With that, meeting adjourned.